All right.
It's 6 o'clock. We're just waiting for Councillor Miller, or you can start.
Okay, thank you to the clerk, and we'll start the opening remarks for today's meeting. And good afternoon and welcome to regular meeting of Council and General Committee for Monday, October 19th. We begin this gathering by acknowledging the land on which we are gathered is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples, and acknowledging this reminds us that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of Indigenous people. And so I've got a bit of a mayor's report. Just before I do the mayor's report, I just want to let council know, and for the public as well, is that the Anti-Racism Committee had a meeting about a week and a half ago. At the meeting, they did have a discussion about the issues that you were seeing in Haldimand County out in the Caledonia area. And there will be a motion coming forward from the Anti-Racism Committee to council at the next meeting of council. But on October 22nd, there is a court hearing related to the matter in Caledon Six Nations. And just out of comment after reading the beginning of the opening remarks around land acknowledgement, I think it's important for communities like St. Catharines to articulate the importance of working with our Indigenous brothers and sisters and getting to a place of better understanding, whether it be out on the East Coast as it relates to the lobsters fishery or in Caledon. It's the use of force and the use of violence and aggression is never a good tool towards reconciliation. And so as we walk this path of reconciliation and truth, we have to, I think, get to a better place where we understand the importance of the land, but also the importance of the First Nations and their role and their history on our lands. So I just wanted to open with that to provide some context for council, what you'll be seeing in a couple of weeks as well. I'd also like to address some of the concerns related to the former automotive manufacturing site, 282, 285 Ontario Street. And as I pointed out in a statement last Friday detailing the work the city has done to date, I just want to stress that the City of St. Catharines is working with the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, the Ministry of Labor, the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, and all levels of government for the protection and redevelopment of that property. Obviously, that property is a significant piece of property with a long history in manufacturing, but also a beautiful future as long as we can get all the parties to the table and work towards remediation. It's a concern for the residents that surround the area. It's a concern for the residents of the City of St. Catharines, and it's been a concern for our city staff and council as well. And if anybody's interested, they can go to the city's website and look for Ontario Street Action Plan to see all the work that the staff have undertaken, including meetings with the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority about the water quality, including meetings talking with the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, and the details that will be coming forward or that have been released about what those ministries are seeing or those organizations and governing bodies are seeing related to that property. Again, I can't overstate that the importance of this property for all of St. Catharines, but at the same time, it is a private property, it is owned. And as I talked to the mayor of Sarnia, he was led to believe that it was abandoned, that no one owned the property, that people had left, and that it was just sitting there vacant. So I had to correct him on a lot of that stuff. But at the end of it, he did say he was impressed with what the city has done to date. So we're working towards a remediation, and we just want the residents to know that everybody's working hard to get something done. On Wednesday evening, next Wednesday, we'll be hosting, this Wednesday is our first General Committee of the Whole, which will be dealing with the 2021 budget process. We know it's going to be a lot of difficult decisions to be made. We're also preparing a telephone town hall to take place on Wednesday, October 28th at 7 p.m. And this is for the public to provide input into what we're heading into on both the capital and the operating budget. The pandemic has put additional stress on the city and our residents, and we need to hear from our residents as we move forward with recovery and meeting the city's current and future needs. Anyone wishing to ensure they receive a call for the telephone town hall, they could be added to, or they don't want to hear from the telephone town hall, they could be added to the do not call list. And you can do so by contacting Citizens First at 905-688-5600 or visit the St. Catharines website under Budget Talk. There are a couple of vacancies on city committees. Applications are now open to fill some vacancies for the city's Inclusion and Equity Advisory Committee, as well as the LGBTQ2+ Advisory Committee. Help make St. Catharines a more vibrant, inclusive community for all. Applications for both community committees will be open until October 30th. You can go to the website to fill out the information there. And we are in the midst of our Niagara Region's change to waste collection, started today. Garbage moving to every other week. This week you can put your garbage out to be collected, but then the next collection date will be the week of November 2nd. Organic materials and recycling, however, will continue to be picked up every week. There is no limit how much of these you can place out. So this is in an effort to increase our diversion rate. If we believe in climate change, if we're looking to improve our surrounding environment, if we want to make sure that we don't have to blow another hole in the ground to put in garbage, we have a role to play, each of us as a household. So garbage every other week. There's an app that you can download to your phone from the region. Check out the region's website for that. You can download the app. It has all the information on collection date reminders, as well as other ways that you can divert waste from your garbage as well. So there's a lot of good information on the region's website on that. The St. Catharines Art Awards is coming up October 25th, and that is going to be an online format, and that's Sunday at 7 p.m. October 25th. This caps off a month of culture days celebrating arts in our community. Looking forward to the nominees and a wonderful evening of celebrating the arts here. And as we're dealing with COVID, one of the biggest industries to get hit is the creative class, the arts community. And so it's important that we continue to shine a light in them every way that we can. I want to thank all the staff who participated in organizing the tree and rain barrel giveaway. More than 400 trees were given away. And that's going towards council's objective of getting to a 30% urban forest canopy. We're getting there. We're at about 25% now. We're moving the needle every year. And it's a great initiative that our staff have developed over the last number of years. As well, Jillian's Place for the annual Walk a Mile in Her Shoe raised over $100,000. I got to say thank you to all the residents who participated, all the ambassadors. I was an ambassador this year. It was great to see so many men putting social media messages out there about the importance of supporting females. Domestic violence in our community continues to go up, and a lot of it's due to COVID as well. Jillian's Place is that safe haven for women and children escaping violence. So if there's an opportunity for you to give, check out Jillian's Place. As well, I just want to touch on the Costco news. After months of rumors, you've seen that Costco officials have confirmed their plans for a future site here in St. Catharines, which will be their distribution center. This will be a Southern Ontario distribution center. It'll be 200 plus new jobs. As the retail jobs move to Niagara Falls, these will be 200 plus new jobs. And I just want to say thank you to our economic development department. They worked very closely with Costco over the last little while, trying to see what solutions they can come up that can be had when it comes to Costco and St. Catharines. And this is a strong signal that corporate Canada sees St. Catharines as an urban center that can be the home to a distribution center like Costco. So I just want to thank Costco for their investment. And for the 200 new employees that'll be working there, it's going to be great news. So with that, I just want to say thank you to our residents for all the things that they've done to help push back at COVID-19. Our numbers are still climbing slowly. We don't want to get back into a stage 2 modified. We want to stay in stage 3. It's important for our businesses. It's important for our students, for our healthcare, for all the things that go to making our community a great place. We got to make sure that we all continue to do our part. Wear a mask, keep your social distancing, make sure you keep your travels as tight as possible, and we'll continue to get through this. With that, I'll turn it over to the clerk for the adoption of the agenda.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The following items of additional correspondence have been placed in Council's Sugar Sync folder this evening. You have your AMO watch file for October 15th. You have correspondence from Colleen Beard, General Committee Agenda Item 3.2, and you have correspondence from Mr. Gilles Gilles Marceau regarding 610 Dalhousie Avenue. The following amendments are being made to the agenda this evening. From your motions, item 11.1, reconsideration of the motion regarding remote public engagement will be discussed prior to the discussion agenda. The item is being discussed at that time because it could affect an item on the discussion agenda this evening. General Committee Agenda Item 2.4 has been moved from consent to discussion as there will be a delegation and staff presentation for that item. The item will now be 3.3 on the discussion agenda, and that's all I have for you this evening.
Thank you to the clerk. I have Councillor Sorrento moving the agenda, seconded by Councillor Townsend. All in favor?
Hello.
Show of hands. All right, thank you. Any conflicts of interest for this one? And if you do have them, put them in writing to the clerk as well. I don't see any hands going up. Adoption of the minutes. I have Councillor Phillips moving the adoption of the minutes for Monday, October 5th, 2020, and that council adopt the minutes of the general committee meeting held on Monday, October 5th, 2020, and that council adopt the minutes of the special meeting of council held on Tuesday, October 13th, 2020.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Dodge. Any changes or questions on the minutes? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. We will now resolve in the general committee. The following has been requested to be moved from discussion, consent to discussion. General committee item 2.2, 610 Dalhousie Avenue, existing residential condominium apartment building, undersized parking. Other than that, I'll have a motion to move consent. And just motion to move is Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Phillips. And I'll turn it over to the clerk to read the consent agenda.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this evening's consent agenda 2.1, Financial Management Services Billing, 2021 Tax Due Dates and Interim Tax Billing Bylaw. Item 2.4, Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, Waste Management Strategy. Item 2.5, Municipal Works Operations Winter Storm Event Temporary On-Street Parking Prohibition, and that's to set a public meeting. Item 2.6, Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City's Clerk, and that's council correspondence. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
Okay, so there are no public meetings pursuant to the public notice bylaw, and there's no special presentations. We now move on to 11.1, reconsideration of motion regarding remote public engagement. Prior to the council deliberation, we will be hearing from Mr. Ray Denk, and he will be delegating just on the reconsideration aspect of the motion. That's what the direction has been provided by the clerks. And I'll now turn it over to our council coordinator to invite Mr. Denk to the presentation.
Okay, Mr. Denk, you can turn on your video and your speaker, please.
Hello.
Wonderful.
There you go. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me. I haven't seen some of you in the last year since I first addressed the council. I'll get right to it. I'm opposed to this motion. I think that the taxpayer's voice needs to be strengthened, not weakened. Applicants for these tax refunds are very well organized. They have public relations firms. They have radio and print media advertising, and the reporters from both are in a conflict of interest. Actually, they're reporting on one of their clients. So all these factors being considered, I think that the voice of the people who ultimately that revenue that's being written back to these individuals, it's legally collected taxes, just like we all pay. 99% of us pay 100% of our taxes. Likewise, businesses. 99% of the businesses in town pay their taxes. Certain well-financed individuals are able to basically step around that, and they have functionaries in media and in government that that continue to advance their interests. Most recent one was the most egregious, which is the reason I entered into the debate, in that the most desirable real estate in Catharines was proposed to be subsidized, but I must say I have to thank Councilor Garcia for making that observation. He says we're not here to subsidize luxury condos.
So we're not talking about CIP right now,
I
Mr.
think
Dank?
most taxpayers agree. Like I'm discussing this subject, we're in a severe budget crisis.
Okay, so I'm just gonna, I understand your position, but we're not talking about CIP as a subject matter.
Have no money.
No, 100%.
Away.
Okay.
Yourself, but I will say I have money to, we should whatever revenue we can, we buy it.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Dank.
Education, police, which would be a relief, I'm sure. Police, fire, medical, servants, job, engaging with the public.
Mr. Mayor,
Don't
could I do a point of order? I don't think it
refer
says
to.
Yeah,
Have no
I'm trying, Councillor.
recognize
So, can we mute the
the same sort of else. We should separate ourselves out.
mute the presenter, please? Okay, Mr. Dank, I appreciate you coming and speaking to council. The item you were speaking to is just a reconsideration, not the topic of CIP. That'll come up on November 2nd, and you're more than welcome to speak at that session. So again, I'm looking at the council coordinator, and when I ask someone to be muted, I expect that to happen. So please ensure that that does happen. Okay, so Mr. Dank, I appreciate you coming and speaking. But again, your message to council is that you're against the reconsideration motion. Can I just get, yes, you agree with that?
Yes, I'm against it, and it's unfortunate that I'm not permitted to give my reasons.
No, you can. It's just you were getting into subject matter, Mr. Dank, that will be discussed on November 2nd. So I encourage you to come back to that meeting where we'll be talking about CIP. Okay? You can unmute. Unmute, Evan. Okay. To the clerk.
Oh, Mayor
He has
Sansic,
to-
he has to unmute himself, sir.
So at a certain point, I thought we had the technology that we can unmute as well.
Yeah, we can only mute.
So can we look into that into the future?
Okay, well, now I'm unmuted.
Yep. Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I was addressing the rest of the public servants who are continuing to engage, and that is not subject matter. That is pertinent to the motion at hand.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on. And I do appreciate that, Mr. Dank. Your comments have been well received. And again, for our clerks, can we communicate with Mr. Dank about the November 2nd meeting for CIP so that he can then come and also present his positions there? It'd be greatly appreciated. Okay, now we have a motion. Could I have a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Cisco, seconded by Councillor Phillips. All in favor of receiving? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, so now if I guess Rebecca, if someone can put on the screen the reconsideration motion, that would be greatly appreciated. And then Councillor Townsend, you'll have the floor to address this, and then you can reserve the right to speak last.
Yes, Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm bringing this reconsideration motion forward, which essentially is asking to reverse our decision back on July 13th to hold off on any big financial commitments by the city until we have in-person hearings. The motion is there on the screen, and I would like to speak last if possible, please.
Okay, so we have that. I just want to provide some direction for this motion is, if you're going to debate it, is really just to reconsider or not. So this is not the full motion that would come back on the table. This is to debate whether this is to reconsider or not. Councillor Phillips, you have your hand up.
No, I'll wait until we also. I want to indicate that the previously scheduled public meeting at the Performing Arts Center on November 2nd remain on schedule. I hope that's a friendly amendment to that. I don't know if you want me to table that now or wait until we decide on whether we're going to reconsider this.
Yeah, that would be for the actual motion itself when it comes back to the floor.
Right. So, okay. So I'll save that to after we're finished with this then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Okay, Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Just, I think a question through you, the mayor, to the clerk's office, just with regards to the update we got in our procedural bylaws about the reconsideration motion. If we don't reconsider this tonight, or we vote against reconsidering it, are we not able then to ever reconsider this motion for the rest of council, and we would never be able to meet again in person? Was that sort of the implication?
To the clerk.
Reconsideration motions, once they're decided upon when it's here this evening, that's correct. It's for the life of the council, so sort of for the next 2 years. So
would we theoretically, if we don't reconsider and change this tonight, in a year and a half, let's say we're in a new normal, but a post-COVID world, are we not able to meet in person again because we're not able to reconsider this motion? Is that true? That seems...
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the new motion, so I can't see it on the screen right now, but the new motion offers the opportunity to meet again when the numbers, and I believe, I think it says the mayor, the CAO, and the medical director of public health, when the numbers are good and we can meet again, they're saying that that would come back for sure. It's not that you wouldn't meet again in person.
Okay, but if we didn't do that tonight, if we either voted against reconsidering or voted against the new motion, if we do reconsider, our hands would be tied and we'd be meeting on Zoom until 2023.
That's correct.
Okay, great.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Cisco, and then Councillor. Okay, we got a whole bunch. So, Councillor Cisco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just say I think it's important for us to reconsider this evening. We have no idea what track this virus is going to take and what is in front of us, and I think we owe it to the community to do the jobs that they elected us to do, and that includes making decisions with respect to money, in some cases large sums of money. So I think we need to reconsider this motion and have a fulsome discussion this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Cisco. Councillor Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that we really need to reconsider this motion because I just want to share a quick story. This is the reality that we're in now. My daughter came home 2 weeks ago with a cold, and any other year it was a cold. I wouldn't have worried about it, wouldn't have batted an eye. But this year we're in COVID. So what that meant was my daughter then had to get a COVID test. While she was getting the test, or while we were waiting to get the test, we all had to self-isolate. This means that I was not allowed to go out and meet with people. If we had an in-person council meeting, I wouldn't have been able to attend it. all of the things that happen. Now, we were fortunate in that the test was done on a Thursday. We had the negative test result on the Friday, but my concern would be this is the reality we're in. And we might have a meeting where Bob and Joe are deciding to come and talk to our council meeting, and now they can't. They got the same results, or they're waiting to get a COVID test. This is just our reality right now. And I don't like it any more than anybody else does. But I really think that we need to continue to move the business of council, because the other side of this is that, let's say myself, I was the one waiting for the council test. If we had just an in-person council meeting, I can't come. I'm elected. Councillor Miller and I represent about 23,000 people in St. Catharines. I would not be able to attend that meeting. And that would mean that those folks would literally lose their voice through their voting member at the table. So I really hope that we reconsider this. It is not easy what we're in right now, but we really need to have electronic meetings where we're able to move the business of the city forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say that I want to be reasonable, since that was originally my motion, and I know that things have changed, and we seem to be in a second wave, and things are worse. So I am willing to support reconsideration and then discuss the motion, which I don't fully agree with, but I'll vote for the reconsideration so that we can open that discussion up.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Williamson and Councillor Kushner. I think that's.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I supported this motion to begin with based on sound rationale in the first place, and I will be consistent on that. We need public input. I checked a couple of minutes ago on YouTube. There was 26 viewers watching us. That does not constitute very good public input. We need to have more people included in our decision making, and frankly, CIP is a central part of this motion, and it's to my way of thinking, something Mr. Dink should have been able to speak about, and something that's central to this issue. And I just don't see it as a priority right now, so I won't be supporting the reconsideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. And Mr. Dank will have plenty of time at the CIP presentation to present. And Councillor Williamson. And Councillor Kushner, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like clarification on this. There's an indication by some of the speakers that if we don't reconsider, the business of the city will come to a halt. And I've heard a comment made to the effect that not everybody can attend a live meeting, but does that preclude having a hybrid, a combination of electronic and a live meeting?
To the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, it does not.
And in your opinion, would that be effective to have both live and electronic?
I'm sorry, Councillor, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, would that be workable? I assume it would be workable to have a combination of the two.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we're trying to work on that. We certainly have gone through with the PAC staff, have met with the PAC staff for a November 2nd start. We don't know how it's going to work, quite frankly. We have a lot of things in place, and we're hoping for the best, but it is more difficult. There's no doubt about it, but we are working on it. I can tell you that. And until after we try it, we won't know.
And the second question I have is, would there be any disruption if this motion for reconsideration was deferred until after we had the CIP meeting?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Disruption?
Well, if this was deferred until after the CIP meeting, because at that time we would have more evidence with respect to have a combination of electronic and live.
So I think, Counselor, you're asking the clerk for an opinion which she can't give on a deferral. So.
Well, if that's the case, Mr. Mayor, I would prefer deferral of this until after the meeting at the PAC.
Okay. Thank you for that.
But because I've spoken, I can't make that.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll call the question to the clerk. Do the roll call.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can I speak to this motion, the reconsideration?
Oh, okay, sure. You're speaking last. Yes. And keep it to the reconsideration, not to the actual motion that you're lifting.
Okay. I'll keep it brief and simple. Originally, when I voted in favor of deferring this, waiting for in-person hearing, we were at a position in that time where COVID cases were on the decline and the Ontario government was reopening up regions. Restaurants were opening up indoors. Fast forward mid-October, we are in the middle of a second wave. And right now we see numbers increasing across the province, including right here in St. Catharines and Niagara. While I do believe that it is important for in-person meetings, it would be absolutely reckless and irresponsible of us as elected officials to encourage people to gather in person right now at the PAC. In a PAC too, where I sit on a board where we're not even open right now. We're not even allowing people into the PAC right now. I strongly encourage councillors to reconsider this motion right now because it would be safe, it would be responsible, and it's the right thing to do right now, especially given the fact that our staff at City Hall, who have been working day and night to make sure that people of public can provide their input, whether it be via Zoom, email, phone call, participation right in these meetings. They have done their job. It would not be the right thing to do to encourage people to gather in person. And that's all I'm going to say for now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Townsend. I'll look to the clerk to call the question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Reluctantly, yes.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
That's carried.
Okay. So now we move on to the original motion. Councillor Townsend, you've got the floor again, and you can either speak to it or allow for yourself to speak at the end.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to speak at the end. I do have some points that I would like to make, but I would first like to give the table to my colleague first.
Okay. Councillor Miller, you're up, and then Councillor Sorrento.
Yeah, I guess I wanted to reiterate what I said during the reconsideration. I feel like I'm basically compelled to vote in favor of this, as we're not going to be able to review it again for this term of council. So I don't think we should be saying no to in-person meetings for the rest of this term of council, which is what voting against this would do if we couldn't reconsider it again. So I mainly for that reason and for the reasons that Councillor Townsend delineated earlier, I think this is prudent to do now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Sorrento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the clerk. And just a clarification, I believe that Councillor Miller, in speaking to the reconsideration, mentioned something that we would be locked in until 2023, and I think it would be until 2022. So that would be correct then, right? We would be locked in until 2022.
That was just for the reconsideration, Councillor. So
sorry?
The reconsideration. So just speak to the motion in front of us.
Okay. All right. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for bringing this to council, and I'd like to thank council for passing it because I didn't think it was going to pass. Mr. Mayor, we received an email from one of the directors indicating to us that if we moved forward with in-person delegations, it could slow up the business of the city up to 37 major projects and or just projects. So, I'm definitely going to be supporting this. And then I just need a clarification on this motion through you to the clerk or to senior staff. Okay, if we pass this motion, does that mean that if the numbers come down, that we will not have the in-person presentations ever? Because my understanding is that if the numbers come down, if this passes tonight, okay, and let's say in a year from now, the numbers come down drastically, we can automatically go into in-person delegations. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the counselor. Basically, what this says is in conjunction with, or as you see on the screen, until such a date to be determined jointly by the mayor, the CAO, in consultation with the medical officer of health. It could happen in a month. It could happen in 2 months. It might be a year. It's dependent upon what the numbers do and health and safety of staff, counselors, and any people coming into a live meeting. So it'll be determined. It'll be ongoing. Can't
Okay,
give you
so
an exact date.
No, that's great, clerk. Thank you. So should it be the will of this council to pass this motion tonight, this reconsideration motion, then that will not preclude in-person delegations based upon what you said. Correct, Madam Clerk?
I don't understand in-person delegations. This
Well,
is saying that until we can meet safely, we continue meeting the way we are. Counselor.
That's right. And I understand that, Madam Clerk, but I'm just saying that after the numbers come down, it doesn't mean that we will continue to meet via Zoom. What I'm saying is that there will be.
Correct.
Right, so there will be, okay, thank you.
Yes, sorry.
All right. And I will definitely be supporting this. And I rarely urge my colleagues, Mr. Mayor, to support a motion because they're all independent and very sagacious, free-thinking professionals. But on this particular occasion, I would very respectfully request that my colleagues do support this. It will not be a lack of representation or a lack of democracy, Mr. Mayor. You know what? We have the region is going to Zoom meetings. Every other community is going to Zoom meetings, Mr. Mayor. There's nothing to hide here. People can write to us. People can call in. People can email us. And so there's plenty of representation, Mr. Mayor, my humble opinion. And I'll leave it at that. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Phillips, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to offer a friendly amendment, as I mentioned before, that the previously scheduled public meeting scheduled at Performing Arts Center on November 2nd remain as scheduled in support of the CIP meeting. We mentioned already, the clerk has mentioned that people who don't want to or can't get to the Performing Arts Center will be able to go online and make their presentations there. Counselors who don't feel comfortable in being there will also be able to do the same. However, there are people who don't have access to a computer or who feel more comfortable in presenting personally their views to us. And I think we should be giving them a chance to do that.
Okay.
If we have a cutoff date to register, say on Thursday at 5 o'clock, and only say 8 people have registered to speak, well, then obviously the interested person would not be there. That's a time that we would review whether we're going to do it in person or not. But I do think that we should give the general public a chance to attend in person. The place seats over 700 people. There's a big stage that we can very easily go on to as council. There's no problem as far as appropriate social distancing. Obviously, we'll be wearing masks. Microphones can be set up in the aisles. So I don't believe that it's, even though we're in the midst of COVID, I think it would be a lot safer than going to Costco or to a grocery store, let's put it that way. So I'm asking that Councillor Townsend consider that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Phillips. Now, can we just get some language up there before Councillor Townsend comments so you could see something?
Sure. That the previously scheduled public meeting at the Performing Arts Center on November 2nd remain.
Yep, perfect. Thank you, and thank you, Councillor.
You need
anything
else as far as number? You don't need anything else as far as numbers expected or time to schedule or anything like that. I'd leave that up to staff.
Okay, can we put that?
And I'll just jump in here and just say, like, I do not feel comfortable as an individual who serves on the PAC board to expect PAC staff or city staff to be working at the Performing Arts Center, allowing people and us encouraging people of the public to come out and gather as a large group. I just don't think that is. I don't think that is responsible at all.
Okay, so Councillor Townsend, so it's not friendly, because I have to delineate that if it's not friendly, we can leave it as an amendment. We just have to vote on it separately. So it's not a friendly amendment. That's what I'm hearing. Okay.
No.
So it's not a friendly amendment, and it can be voted on separately. So we'll allow that to stand as an amendment because it does amend the original motion that we're debating right now, which is about a specific meeting. So we'll allow that to stand as an amendment. Okay, so this amendment is now on the floor. So we're just going to focus on this amendment for now. So I'm looking at who's speaking. And what I'm going to ask you to do, because this is where it gets complicated, because you only have one hand to put up on this file. So we're just dealing with the amendment that's in red. So does anyone wish to speak to the red amendment? Okay, so Councillor Phillips, you've already spoken. So just speaking to the red amendment, I'll go to Councillor Kushner, just to the red amendment, and then Councillor Garcia, and then Councillor Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very supportive. And if this passes, then I would vote in support of the original motion. But to me, this would be a test project. We would have both the electronic and in-person participation, and I would consider it to be safe. We're not packing the PAC. There's a lot of room there, and we can distance very well. So I don't see this to be problematic. And I think the issue is very contentious, and I think it's very important that we at least try a public meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Garcia, then Councillor Littleton. Just to the red amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like Councillor Kushner, I am also very supportive. I do believe that CIP is such an important issue that we need in-person participation if that is desirable. I have said before when I made the original motion that I personally know a number of people who do not have access to computers. They may not have a computer at all. They may not have even a cell phone, or for whatever other reason are not able to participate electronically. So I think this is an issue of such interest because we're talking about a program that could involve millions of dollars of the city's taxpayers being committed over 10 years or so, at a time when we're so strapped for money. I know it's a discussion that needs to be had, but I think it's so important that we have people who want to participate in person to do so. And I would like to comment on what my colleague, Councillor Townsend said. I beg to disagree with him as the other member of the PAC board. I think that the PAC staff have been working very hard to be able to have any meetings and participation there. We've had meetings of the Finance Committee in person, which I am a member of, and everybody distances properly. And I don't think that we are sending a bad message or the wrong message by having a public meeting, because we are saying that we're in stage 3 and that people can go to restaurants depending on the capacity. They can go to stores and go into the pack, or as Councilor Phillips mentioned, we can distance greatly because that is such a large room. We could be 10 meters apart. That would be safe. This is what the guidelines for public health say, that if we distance properly, sanitize, which I'm sure would be very well controlled. I know PAC staff works on that, and so would our staff, and also wearing masks as appropriate. We are telling everybody, the province is telling everybody, the medical community is telling everybody that and passing and enforcing those procedures will keep us safe. So I think I will definitely support this strongly, and I urge my colleagues to support that. And as I said earlier on the reconsideration, I'm willing to be flexible. I certainly don't want to hold up the business of council. And there are other issues that need to be addressed that are not as critical or do not involve such a large amount of money and a long-term commitment as CIP. And I can see that those could be solved electronically, but not CIP. So I strongly support that amendment. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go to Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. Well, other jurisdictions have held elections successfully. Elections are going to be held.
So this isn't about elections, Councillor. This is just about, can you just stay on topic, which is the amendment as being presented?
Oh, it's right on topic, Mr. Mayor. Elections are about people expressing their democratic point of view, and that's what this is about. So I don't know how it's not on topic. It's perfectly on topic.
Stick to the topic.
Exactly what it's about. We have a flexible model here, hybrid model. So this way people can either choose to come in person and nobody's being forced against their will to actually have to attend. They can make their deputation delegations through electronic format. So I think we can underestimate the number of people who don't participate through the kinds of Zoom meetings, et cetera, that we're having because of, I know we have a lot of technologically savvy people on council, but there's a lot of people out in the community who are unable to come to get involved because of technological obstacles, whether real or perceived. So I'm in support of the amendment that's on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Littleton and Councillor Townsend.
I just had a couple of questions in terms of how many people would be allowed in the PAC under the current guidelines?
Go to City Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to clarify with council. We are not in the big room. We only have a room that's at max going to be 50 people. People will be ushered in and they'll be ushered out. It's in the Robertson Hall. Pardon me? 12 in Robertson Hall only. And then there's going to be a waiting room for people to wait to come and speak, and then they'll be ushered right back out.
So this would be 12 members of the public plus staff plus council. Is that correct?
That's correct. So there's I think the room total is might be around. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm listening to staff who were over there. Yes, the other day I Skyped in, or I'm sorry, I Zoomed in for the test, but I just wanted you to be aware. There's only going to be probably a maximum of 12 to 17 of us in that room. We're going to be bringing people to a podium. They will speak and then they will be ushered out.
And then I would assume that the microphone would be wiped clean after everyone was.
Yes, that's all been discussed, and then there will be a large screen in there, which will be for hybrid purposes. So someone who isn't comfortable coming, if it's be it a counselor or someone from the general public, they will be brought in on the screen. So,
is our staff being given the same considerations if they're not comfortable to come? Are they being given that option?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the last time I spoke with the CAO, we talked about the fact, or I'm sorry, the CAO and some of the directors, we talked about the fact that we would really have to limit who comes to these meetings. So it would be just the staff that are absolutely necessary. I don't know if they've been asked about their comfort levels. I will certainly be there because I have to be in the room. But again, it'll probably be myself, the CAO, and maybe the city solicitor.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Councillor Townsend, then Councillor Cisco, and Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I will not be supporting this motion. I do not think this is the right thing to be doing during this time. We're in a second wave. Numbers continue to go up. And to expect staff to be checking people in, walking people into a room, if I'm a staff member, I would not necessarily feel confident or comfortable. I am currently working in a food and beverage outlet. I see the maitre d's. I see the front of house staff, and I see the anxieties. As a result of the anxieties and stresses of people that are checking people in the food and beverage outlet, we have had trouble getting people to come back to work because they are concerned about COVID. To expect staff to go into a public meeting in person, I can't even believe we're even talking about having in-person meetings at a time when the premier and mayors, councils are asking people to stay home and be responsible. This is disappointing at this time. I will not be supporting this, and I think we should be focusing online specific. It's not a time to be asking people of the public to come and gather amongst the hundreds of people, 50 at a time. But still, like, this is just not a responsible thing to be doing during this time. I will not be supporting this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Townsend, Councillor Cisco, then Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm struggling to support this as well. I understand the reasoning behind it, and I respect the reasoning behind it. I'm a little bit surprised by the conversation we're having right now and focusing on one specific issue to the exclusion of all others when we have what could be up to $120 million budget coming down the pipe in a couple of weeks. But I tend to agree with Councillor Townsend. I don't think anybody around this virtual horseshoe would feel particularly good if we found out that holding an in-person meeting then led to an outbreak of any sort and any sort of debilitating illness for any member of our community. I think that there are lots of opportunities for folks that want to delegate, and I think that the clerk has put it quite well, that the format that people bring delegations to council should not matter. It shouldn't change the weight that we give to it. Whether it's a phone conversation that we have, or an email that is circulated, or correspondence that's brought forward, or an online delegation, or an in-person delegation, we should be treating them all exactly the same way. And in the current context, I don't think we should be looking for opportunities in the middle of a second wave to be trying to bring groups of people together. We've tried to avoid that virtually everywhere, and now we're talking about for this one night only. I know I would feel responsible if I voted in favor of this, and then because of this meeting, something terrible happened. So I think we have to be cognizant of what the actual real world ramifications are in this situation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cisco. Councillor Porter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to echo some of the same sentiments. We shut down in-person public engagement for a budget process this year. Before COVID hit, we had a task force, and I was really excited about budget consultation because I think it's incredibly important. So I don't understand why the focus is on the CIP when we're facing huge budget pressures in the middle of a pandemic. I actually think that is very important. I'm also wondering what this is really about. I'm not sure. The CIP was revised to include incentives for affordable housing and brownfield redevelopment. So those types of developments score high, and this is kind of what we're looking for with a new version of the CIP that's tightened up. And I think that's quite a good thing. I do want public input in it, I'm asking my council colleagues why they think that would be contentious. We haven't had an affordable housing program like this through a CIP in 15 years. And we need one desperately, and we need it to come to council, and it can't be held up any further. And I don't know why people are framing the CIP as contentious, because this is, I think, one of my biggest, most favorite initiative that's coming forward. It impacts the GM lands, and it also impacts our ability to incentivize affordable housing. And we don't have very many tools in order to do that. Maybe one of my council colleagues can speak to why affordable housing is so contentious.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Kushner, and then Councillor Miller.
Yes, I've spoken, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Miller. Yep.
Yeah, I guess I'm really struggling with this. I see both sides of it, and I see that we could do it safely in such a large space. On the other hand, like Councillor Cisco says, I just don't know that I could really look at myself in the mirror if I voted in favor of this and there was an outbreak or mini outbreak. We saw the situation where a councillor in Pelham passed away, possibly due to an in-person meeting in March. I don't think it's fair for us. And to be honest, I've had issues with the electronic meetings, as everyone has. We've had issues where we've received 100 emails or 50 emails about a subject and no one comes to speak to it. To me, that's really not a good sign. That's saying that maybe something's missing, and maybe that's something we should be trying to rectify. But I don't think I can, in good conscience, vote in favor of this. I'm sure the CIP will be contentious, but I would certainly encourage all my colleagues to read the new CIP because it's much different than the last version. So don't make your mind up about its contentious nature before really going through it and talking to staff about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Seeing no other further comments, I just have a couple questions that I'd like to ask to the clerk. One is, actually, I'm going to go to the CAO with this one, is if there is a regression back to stage 2, what implication, because this meeting is more than 2 weeks away. If there was a regression back to stage 2, what does it mean for a meeting like this based on the numbers that are allowable in Toronto, Peel, Ottawa that we're seeing today?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the province, as you know, has been doing this on a regional selective, and they added York over the weekend. So those first 3 areas, they are monitoring all the rest of us, and so we are monitoring ourselves as well. They did reduce the indoor and outdoor gathering size limits. Now it seems that we're using with this room, we're at that lower range. We're keeping ourselves to the lower range anyways. They do, those gathering limits are mainly the informal things. However, it is an indication that more people inside is unsafer. So, you know, from abundance of caution, we've tried to not encourage people to get together. So, and that is certainly the strong message we're receiving from the province, is that more in-person gatherings, particularly indoor, are not recommended.
And so to the mover of this amendment, would it be friendly to indicate that if the region is back into stage 2, the meeting will go forward only as hybrid?
Yes.
So that'll be, if you can add that as and that's just a precaution so that we're not moving stuff, like we're not delaying stuff, we're keeping moving forward. So that's a precaution that puts in a block that if we do move to back to stage 2, we're not going to be meeting in public. That would be a really bad sign to the larger community. But we can still do it as a hybrid. I mean, as a digital. And to the clerk, to the clerk, in terms of councillors, do they have to be in attendance at this meeting, or can they be on the Zoom platform in this meeting?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they can absolutely be on the Zoom platform if they're more comfortable.
Okay, so there's nothing under the Municipal Act that dictates that, because the Municipal Act has been updated by the provincial government, there's nothing there that says that they must be in attendance for this meeting in person, they can simply participate via a digital platform. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so if counselors are uncomfortable, they can still take to the digital platform and take the meeting from in a digital format. So I think that's a balance that we're looking at. And I think Councillor Phillips has put a very accurate delegation limit. If 5 delegates or less are coming in person, then I think we just move it to an all digital format, and we're good. So that's where we are. This isn't about democracy. It's not about anything else. It's just about trying to react to the situation that we're in and keep the business of the city moving forward. That's it. So call the question on just the amendment, folks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a seconder, Councillor Phillips.
Seconder on the amendment, Councillor Garcia.
Okay. Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Littleton.
Just clarification, this is on the amendment only?
Yes, correct.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
No.
Councillor Cisco.
No.
Councillor Sorrento.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Sendzik.
Yes. Okay, and we'll go to the original motion. And this is the amended that has been approved. Councillor Townsend, you're...
This is carried. I'm sorry.
No problem. You're still scheduled to speak last, Councillor Townsend, on the original motion. We have Councillor Littleton on the original motion, which is moving the work of business forward in a digital format if required. Councillor Littleton, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did want to speak to this amendment because I think the way that we've traditionally held meetings has been one way, and that's the way that we did it. And I really think that COVID has actually opened our eyes to other ways of engagement. I completely disagree with the idea that unless somebody drives themselves down to City Hall, sits in our gallery for 5 hours until their subject matter comes up, delegates for 5 minutes, and then goes home, that is the only way that we as counselors can really hear their voice. I think that every email, I want my constituents to know it all anyway, every email, every phone call, every Twitter message, every Instagram message, any way that they communicate with me is a valid expression of their democratic right to talk to me about any issue that is facing council. And I really hope that it's the same for everyone else. The idea of having people delegating as more valid than other ways, I think does democracy wrong. I think about mothers. My own situation a few years ago, take me back 8 years ago when I have 3 little kids, the idea of trying to get everybody settled so I can rush off to City Hall so I could talk about an issue, forget it. I'm just not even going to worry about it. So anyone who might be in that situation is not fully participating in our community. Rather, if I could hop online, and this is why when we're done COVID, I hope that we actually can move to a hybrid model where we always have computer. Forgive me, I'm a little slow tonight. Computer access for folks actually provides us with a bunch of people that haven't previously felt the need to talk or the ability. they say that public speaking is the number one fear. And I think that that is true. But if somebody is able to talk to us through their computer at home, it gives them an opportunity to get rid of that fear and then say what they really want. I think of the painfully shy. I think of those who are caring for an elderly parent and can't leave at night because the nurse that was there during the day while they worked their regular day job could participate. The idea where you could be let known that your issue is coming up at 8 o'clock. You don't have to be sitting somewhere at 6, can allow people to participate. I think we need to have new thinking, and new thinking is more inclusive than old thinking. And I think that I commend Councillor Townsend for bringing this back. It's never easy to stand up and say, I'd like to relook at an issue that I perhaps voted one way on before, because that takes guts. And so thank you for doing that. But I really think if we look at the data that has been shown to us, we have more engagement online. We have people that are watching for longer. We have tons of people that we're hearing from aren't the normal people that follow council. Councillor Miller and I sat in on one where folks were talking about potential co-development. There's all kinds of ways for people to become engaged. And I'm sorry, this virus, this might be a good thing for democracy in terms of reaching other people who may not have been able to participate before. So that's what I'd like to say. I'm fully in support of this motion, and thank Councillor Townsend for bringing it.
Thank you, Councillor Littleton. And you're not coming off as slow. It's just there's a delay in the internet. Don't worry about it. Councillor Cisco, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will just say, Councillor Littleton touched on a number of points, and I won't repeat the things that she said that I was going to say. I will, though, raise again the idea that I was very concerned about this motion when it was initially passed. I like Councillor Littleton, applaud Councillor Townsend for bringing it forward for another look, because I think it's important that we move forward with passing this and moving the business of the city forward. And I will raise again the budget. We are beginning to deliberate on the budget this Wednesday. It's a process that will take 6 weeks of council and staff's time, and we need to be able to come to a conclusion at the end of it, because if we're looking at ideas like relief for taxpayers going forward, we need to pass a budget before the new year begins. And right now there is no guarantee whatsoever, and it's frankly looking like a poor likelihood that we'll be able to resume in-person meetings anytime soon. I think we need to move forward with this and make the decisions that we've been elected to make. I tend to agree, and I raised, the statistics the last time about how the vast majority, upwards of the mid-90s% of Canadians, including senior Canadians, have internet access and are comfortable on the internet. I think this is a reality, especially in urban environments like our own. I think we need to move forward with this motion so that we can get on with doing the business of the community and doing it in a way that everybody feels safe within, while still respecting that there are multiple different modes of people providing their input, and all of those are valid.
Thank you, Councillor Cisco, and we move on to Councillor Dodge.
Hi, can you hear me? So I just have a couple questions. If we support this motion and, none of us knows what the future holds for us when it comes to COVID, and we know that there's many important issues coming up and, there's always something going on. If we support this, do we tie our hands, or could the mayor and the CAO decide that there's an important issue and that we should have a hybrid meeting or something to that, but not necessarily go back into full-blown, meeting? But if there was something they wanted to do, can they do that?
To the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's my understanding that once you vote here this evening, it will be, you will have, your meetings will be online or on this platform until such a date to be determined jointly by the mayor, the CIO, in consultation with the medical officer of health. So, Counselor, I believe it's when we see numbers dropping, or, it'll be at such a time when we feel comfortable, or we or all of, council feels comfortable.
Okay. I guess I'm just wondering, like, if there was an important issue, if the three people that would decide for us, if they could say, okay, you know what, for this, say it was for the budget, we're going to have a hybrid meeting. Would they be able to make that decision to do that if they felt the numbers and everything, but not necessarily say, okay, well, every meeting is going to go back to in person. Just for this particular one, we're going to go to a hybrid type of thing so we can get public input. Do they have the ability to do that?
Yes, I'll look to the CAO, but the decision would come based on the chief medical officer here in Niagara in consultation with Dr. Hergy, and making sure that it's in the best interest of both council, the staff, the community, and that's where the decision would be made. I'll look to the CAO, and
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree. This motion rests it on the safety and considering the safety of the community and those participants. The existing motion we're working under now, in fact, our hands are tied. It forces us, and I think that's the point. It forces us into encouraging public to come in when there are matters of weighty financial concern. So this rather has the focus on the safety of the community and determining how best to do that.
Thank you.
thank you, Councillor Dodge. Councillor Sorrento?
Recognizing the mayor, my question is for the city clerk. Madam Clerk, can you just remind us when residents want to correspond with council, what is the deadline for a particular meeting to receive that correspondence and then get it to councilors?
Sunday prior to the meeting at 12 noon.
Is that for correspondence or is that for in-person delegations?
Just a moment, please. The day of the meeting at noon for correspondence.
Thank you. So if I wanted to move a friendly amendment to allow that correspondence to be received, it already exists, correct? If I wanted to move essentially the same.
That's correct.
So,
Procedurally it is. I'm sorry, I was responding to a question about delegations. Sorry.
no, that's fine, Madam Clerk. I know there's a lot of conversation happens to me all the time. So do you think it would be pleonastic or redundant for me to move such a motion with respect to receiving correspondence day of?
It actually would be redundant.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, some clarification from the clerk, perhaps through you. I'm trying to understand the motion that is before us. How does it mesh in with the amendment that we pass? It seems to be somewhat contradictory. Do we need to add something to that therefore that says except for the motion, the amendment that was passed, or how do we? Because this seems to say that all meetings will continue to be through electronic participation, and we just passed an amendment saying that we're going to continue to hold the November 2nd meeting.
So that's why it's an amendment, Councillor Garcia. So that was an amendment that was voted on first. Now the original motion will be the one that's in front of us, save and except for the November 2nd meeting.
Okay, so that's understood because the amendment was passed.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, as I said earlier, I supported the reconsideration simply because I think we have to be tolerant. It was never my intention to hold up the ongoing business of council. That's why I specifically said large items or whatever the wording was that were not pandemic induced. But if we do have issues that need to be resolved, I think electronic participation can be used. I would comment again, despite what one of my colleagues said, that I do continue to have a lot of residents and a lot of constituents that do not have access to computers, do not have access to the internet, and do not have a cell phone. And for participation, they do rely on the ability to do it in person. So I think it's very important that we pass that amendment, and I will support this motion with the clarification that Councilor Dodge requested, which is, you know, we do have some certain issues, like for example, the Airbnb bylaw and what's going to be decided on that is really critical. I think that we have talked amongst us that have the worst problems in our wards, and we're prepared to hold that electronically. But if for some reason something like that came up, that it was felt that in person was critical, it's good to know that you and the CAO in conjunction with the medical director could make that decision to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Porter, you go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to tell Councillor Garcia that I have the worst problem in my ward. I'm just kidding.
All right. Okay, seeing no other speakers. Councillor Townsend, you're the wrap, and then I'll just provide just an overview. Just if you want to wrap, and then I'll.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief here. Many residents have reached out to me about their concerns regarding not having in-person meetings, and I get it. But during my conversations, I also made it aware to these residents that they can still openly participate, whether it be via Zoom. You can call your counselors, write emails. I even suggested them to submit a simple video submission under 2 minutes, expressing their opinions about council decisions that we will be making. 2020 is a year where we've learned to adapt to new things in hopes that we together will tackle COVID-19 pandemic. We can't sit back and wait for this pandemic to go away, because clearly it's not going anywhere. Councillors, we can't continue to stand still and wait on in-person meetings to make decisions. We have work to do. Let's get to work, and we need to encourage people of the public to participate safely the 2020 way. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. And I really can't add anything more to that. And I would just say that there is a lot of learning that will come out of the current situation we are in. And I don't think anybody could have anticipated where we would be today, but we will learn from this. So democracy is not defined by the ability of a person to come in person and make a delegation. Democracy is about being able to connect with your elected representative in many different ways. And hopefully the takeaway from this will be that when we do come out of COVID, whenever that is, that we'll build in procedural elements to our council deliberations that will allow people to electronically connect with us who may not have been able to do so previously because we didn't think about it. So we shouldn't tie ourselves to one form of, quote, democratic representation. We should allow ourselves to be open for all modes of representation that comes in front of us. So let's just get through this, and I'll call a question and make sure people know how they can get in touch with you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification as well, for council, people that are delegating can also phone in into the meeting. The other thing I just wanted to mention before I call this vote is I noted Mr. Ed Smith in the room, and I forgot to tell you he's been added late to the agenda. He will be speaking to 610 Dalhousie Avenue. Sorry, I missed that in the beginning of the meeting. Okay,
Second,
and now
Councillor Sorrento.
Councillor Sorrento asked to second it. Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you for that, Council. Greatly appreciated. We move on now to, apologize, get my papers. So we've got 11.2, and then we've already passed that. So that's the Performing Arts Center. Do we have to do that one? Look to the clerk. 11.2, only to be discussed if 11.1 is lost.
That was done.
11. Now we move on to discussion agenda. Over to the CAO. We're resolving into general committee. We've got the CAO providing a COVID-19 update.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Once again, we have our COVID update to council, the 12th one today. This particular report is one of our shorter ones. Nonetheless, it does touch on two very important items. The first are the new restrictions announced by the province on October 9th, 2020. As we're all aware, a number of specific regions in the province, Peel, Ottawa, Toronto, and as you heard in this meeting, York as of today, have moved back to modified stage 2 status. Number of indoor activities such as indoor dining, gyms, cinemas once again have been prohibited. Sports teams have been limited to training only, and public gathering limits have been reduced to 10 people indoors and 25 outdoors. And while these new restrictions do not apply to Niagara, the province is monitoring our case counts, and the possibility remains that further restrictions could be applied to us in the future. All the more reason to continue to remain careful and safe so that we can retain these activities and our local businesses see no further restrictions and continue to move towards recovery. Knowing that the province is monitoring our case counts for the purpose of determining if further restrictions are necessary, there has been much conversation as to the specifics of the data used by the province in this decision-making process. The province's science table has released a document entitled Evidence to Support Further Public Health Measures in High Transmission Areas in Ontario on October 15th. This document outlines some of the criteria and considerations the province makes when it's looking at putting additional public health measures in place. One of the main criteria that the province considers is the rate of transmission for a region. Specifically, they look at how many COVID-19 infections per 100,000 inhabitants per week. And they've ranked it into 3 categories: high levels of transmission, which is more than 25 cases, infections per 100,000 per week; moderate level, 5 to 25 cases per 100,000 per week; and low level is less than 5. So currently Niagara is in the moderate level of transmission range, while some other regions, those considered hotspots, are in the high level. So we will continue to monitor with Niagara Region Public Health as items progress, and as we know and we hear from the press conferences, that the province also consults with the local officers of health in making their decision making. They have said in their updates that while it is very data driven, there are also many other considerations to be made. So it's not a hard and fast numbers, but they do very much rely on what those numbers are. The second portion of the report talks about the Safe Restart program update, and we're asking that council support the submission of an application to be completed and attested by the city treasurer for additional funding under phase 2. The application template and supporting documents are to be completed by October 30th. The team of staff has been working towards this completion in hopes that it will result in this city receiving additional support to address the remaining gap in funding shortfall due to COVID. I'd now like to pass it on to our Director of FMS and City Treasurer, Christine Douglas, to provide a more detailed update on the Safe Restart program.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. As the CAO has indicated, city staff are preparing the funding application for the Safe Restart Phase 2. Staff have requested an extension to the submission deadline to November 6th and have received approval from the province for this extension. Safe Restart Funding Phase 2 application includes the city's consolidated operations. Therefore, the actual results until the end of September 2020 and forecasted results until the end of the year are required to be reported on by the city and its ABCs, which includes the St. Catharines Transit Commission, the St. Catharines Public Library, the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre, and the Niagara District Airport. City staff have been working with internal city departments and external ABCs to obtain the Q3 actual results and forecast to the end of 2020 to complete the funding template application for the Safe Restart Phase 2. As indicated at the September 14th council meeting, at which time it was estimated a tax levy gap or deficit of 10.9 million for 2020, and when consider the Safe Restart Phase 1 funding, the tax levy gap was reduced to 4.3 million. When other mitigation cost containment items were considered, this reduces the forecasted tax levy deficit to approximately 800,000. When the water and wastewater and parking services budgets are considered, there's an additional unfavorable impacts of 400,000 and 700,000 of their 2020 budgets respectively. When mitigation measures are considered, the water and wastewater budget was estimated to be at break even and the parking services budget at approximately 600,000 net loss for 2020. Staff are reviewing all budget results for Q3 and the forecast for Q4 now that we are 1 month later from our last update, and we are refining and reviewing our data and our assumptions made, and we will submit the Safe Restart application Phase 2 funding by the due date of November the 6th. Staff will also provide an update on the city's submission to council regarding the Safe Restart Phase 2 application made at a future council meeting. Thank you.
Okay, so to the CAO, that's the end of the COVID update. Thank you to the CAO and to Director Douglas for the informative information. And I'm not seeing any questions from council. This was a quick COVID update. We'll be hearing more about it during the budget deliberations that'll be coming up starting on Wednesday. Committee, the whole budget will be starting on Wednesday. And so people can tune into that as well. So I have a mover for this would be Councillor Townsend and Councillor Phillips. All in favor, show of hands. And that is carried. Thank you for the updates. And now we go to Planning and Building Services and updating the St. Catharines Register of Non-Designated Cultural Properties. We do have a delegation, and we will be hearing from David Janicek prior to discussing the report. After the delegation, I'll ask for a motion to receive the presentation. Mr. Janicek, I know you're there. And where are you? Bring him on in. There you go. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Sundzik, members of council, staff, and members of the general public. My name is David Janicek, and I appreciate your time this evening and the opportunity to speak to you as it pertains to the matter of updating the St. Catharines Register of Non-Designated Cultural Heritage Properties. I'll speak quickly and attempt to keep this within the allotted 5 minutes. And following this, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have in this regard. So to begin, my wife and I own 23 Duke Street, a property located downtown, just 1 block north of Church Street, and we're located near the corner of Duke and Wellington Streets. We are new residents to the city of St. Catharines, having acquired this property very recently. In search of a property within the downtown core, we found 23 Duke Street, a traditional property with plenty of character and charm, offering many original and unique features that we both truly appreciate and love. However, it was clear from the beginning that the property would require a significant amount of interior and exterior repair and updating, which would come at a substantial cost. Knowing that, we could still envision what this property could be. Through proper planning, making the right decisions, and with time, we felt we could bring this old property back to what it was and make it spectacular once again. Our plan included immediate repair and updates of some priority items, of which expenses we would fund ourselves. Following that, our plan was to complete other necessary interior and exterior updates and repair and improve some heritage features. We would also be able to fund a portion of this work. However, it would also require us to obtain additional financing. During a very short period of ownership, we spent a considerable amount of money and time to complete the required work and improvements. We have some important work remaining, which is expected to be completed in the coming weeks. Unfortunately, none of the work to date will result in an increase to our property's value, being that the work is considered strictly maintenance items. Within weeks of residing at the property, we received a letter from the city notifying us of the desire to have our property added to the non-designated register. I did have an opportunity to speak with Chloe Richer in this regard, and following our conversation, we didn't have any significant concerns with our property being added to the register, as we support and understand the importance of protecting, preserving, and enhancing the unique features of these properties, and their historic significance. Since that time, we've continued planning our next steps with respect to moving forward with the value-added work that we would like to complete. In discussing this work and our financing options with our mortgage broker, I did inform him that our property was being proposed as an addition to the non-designated register. It was at that time we were advised that inclusion on the list will have significant negative impacts with respect to the options in securing financing. We were advised that the number of lenders willing to provide financing for properties which are designated and also those that are included on the non-designated register is significantly reduced. There's also the possibility that we won't be able to find a lender willing to provide us financing. We were also advised that lenders which may be willing to provide financing will do so at a reduced amount and often it's at a higher than average rate of interest. As a result, given any of these scenarios, it will jeopardize and have direct impact on what, if any, work we'll be able to afford and proceed with. Thus, it prevents us from maximizing the full potential and value of a property. This is something we could have never imagined nor have planned for. Since learning of this, it's been quite upsetting and stressful for both myself and my wife. The proposal to add our property to the non-designated register couldn't have come at a worse time for us. We've just purchased this property, and unlike other property owners, which presumably include many on the proposed list, we haven't been afforded a reasonable amount of time to allow us the opportunity to complete the desired work necessary for us to improve the property, increase its value, while making it feel like home without having to face financial implications. Had we known this property was being considered for inclusion to the register at the time we had made the decision to purchase it, we would have known earlier of the financial implications. It would have provided us the opportunity to consider and weigh the impacts in advance, which may have led us to make different decisions, including whether or not to purchase this property. We're simply asking to be provided the opportunity to improve and beautify our property and preserve and enhance the heritage attributes without experiencing financial restrictions. By including our property on the proposed updated register, it will jeopardize our ability to proceed with the desired work and will also impact our ability to finance it. There would be no negative impact to the city should council approve to exclude our property from the proposed list to allow us the time and opportunity to complete the desired work and be eligible to receive typical financing terms and options. Therefore, we are respectfully requesting that 23 Duke Street be removed from the proposed list of additions to the non-designated registry. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Janasek. Greatly appreciated. Any questions of the presenter? I look to Councillor Cisco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Janasek, for the presentation. I appreciated our conversations earlier last week. One of the things that you had mentioned, and you kind of touched on it, that the timing for being placed on the registry right now would be very problematic and would likely result in you being unable to return some of those heritage elements. Out of curiosity, given the time and the correct financing, if a couple of years from now your property was put forward to possibly be included in the registry at that time, would that be something you would be open to, given that you would have those renovations and those heritage characteristics returned?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes. We don't have an issue with it, with it being added to the list. Eventually, we don't have an issue with it, being designated. The problem is for us is that, it's the amount of money required to bring this property back to what it should be. We want to do it right, but we need some additional time that would afford us the proper financing, and what I think any property owner would expect is to get the typical financing, not be restricted by having either a designation, heritage designation, or being added to that list. The impacts of that are, we're finding out, are substantial.
All right. I appreciate the presentation this evening, and you're taking the opportunity to speak to all of council. And Mr. Mayor, I will have an amendment at the appropriate time, which I have already forwarded to the clerk's office.
Thank you, Councillor Cisco. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Mr. Janasek for the presentation. I must say I'm quite surprised as somebody that has been involved in heritage for many years. I would like to ask through you, Mr. Mayor, if that's appropriate, ask our staff to comment on what Mr. Janasek has said, because my understanding has always been that studies show that heritage properties, in fact, increase in value, and so do properties in heritage districts, which would say to me that from a financial end, if anything, it should increase the ability to finance them. So either Ms. Pihash could comment, or I know Michael Seaman, and by the way, welcome, Mr. Seaman. I know you're new with us, but Mr. Seaman, I know is a highly experienced heritage planner. So if either one of them could comment, please.
So I'm gonna just because these are for questions of the presenter. So if there's no more questions of the presenter, I'm just gonna have, if I don't see anyone else with their hands up, I'm just gonna ask for a motion to receive Councillor Cisco, Councillor Dodge, motion to receive the presentation. Thank you very much. Okay, it's all been, thank you, Mr. Janicek, for that. And then Councillor Garcia, this will, if we can get the motion on the floor, what we'll do is your question will be the first one on the floor. Okay, so Councillor Garcia, you're up. And if Ms. Pihac and Mr. Seaman, Mr. Pihac.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I personally cannot speak as with the background that Michael Seaman has. He has a very extensive background in heritage, so I'm going to defer to him.
Okay, for the public who hasn't seen Mr. Seaman before, can someone do an introduction? And I know Councillor Garcia had noted his background, but he is new to the docket here. So I'll look to the CAO.
I will defer to Ms. Pihac for the specifics, though I have heard very good things, but Judy will have the details.
So Michael Seaman is filling in for our heritage planner who has just recently left on mat leave. But certainly Michael has 30 years plus of heritage experience, is very renowned in the heritage preservation community. I have the utmost faith in his professionalism and knowledge in this area. So I think council is well served by his background and certainly the information that he can provide to council tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Pihac. And over to you, Mr. Seaman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In consideration of the question about property values, I've been involved in heritage planning for 30 years in various municipalities across the GTA, and it is the first I've heard of someone sort of withholding financing or putting a premium on financing for listed and designated properties. Councillor Garcia is correct. There has been numerous studies conducted over the years, primarily by Dr. Robert Shipley of the University of Waterloo. And these studies have compared the property values of designated properties versus similar properties of non-designated. And in each case, it's found again and again that designated heritage properties, particularly those in an area where there is other properties of heritage value, tend to hold their value and exceed the resale value of properties which are non-designated similar. Part of the reason for that is the certainty with which in terms of the area, the value that the community puts on the building, and it's been studied again and again, and these values have come up. Occasionally, sometimes you get professionals that really have lesser knowledge of heritage that come out with statements, and collectively as a profession, we are able to either communicate en masse or individually with these professionals and sort of help set them straight in terms of the impacts of listing on a register and designation in terms of heritage property values and those sorts of things. So that's my opinion. I don't see this myself, but I can't say for what the gentleman has heard.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And Councillor Garcia, was that your only question on this one? Because we're going to do the horseshoe here.
Mr. Mayor, that was my question, but I also wanted to comment that We do have a couple of submissions from two property owners that didn't want their property included, and I'm concerned that if we start making exceptions, then the people who are included are going to feel like they're the exceptions or they're in trouble or something, and that is not the case. Like as the report clearly points out, number one, this does not mean a designation, and number two, the only thing that it does is that it affords council the ability to, should the property be requested to be demolished, that is in the registry, to give council and planning a 60-day grace period to at least consider the benefits. And it doesn't mean that they would be rejected either. These properties are not being designated, they're just being listed on the register. So I hope that the council will support the staff's recommendation. And also, I want to point out that we're blessed because we have a few people on the Heritage Committee who are really dedicated. And Mr. Nari, as one of the co-chairs in particular, is highly knowledgeable and excellent research in all of these properties. So I'm very thankful of their work, which was lots of work to come up with that list. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Cisco, then Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have my amendment, which I forwarded to staff, and I'm hoping that can be put up on the screen. However, I don't think there's a mover for this motion yet, and given that I'm making an amendment, I don't think it's appropriate that I move it.
Okay. Councillor Garcia, I guess you're moving it. Okay.
Yes, I will move it, Mr. Mayor.
And if I can speak to the amendment, Mr. Mayor, which Councillor Garcia has indicated will not be friendly, and I recognize that. But while I respect the opinions of our staff and Mr. Seaman, and I don't doubt that what they're saying in general for heritage districts is true, we have a resident who's come forward and has been very clear that they have gone out and surveyed the market here in St. Catharines right now and have been told that this will make it very difficult for them, if not impossible, to secure the financing and the refinancing that they need to be able to put the work in on this property. I've been to the property. There are a number of things which have been done which don't hold with the heritage character of the home, which they are planning on reversing. And that won't be possible without being able to refinance. We heard Mr. Janicek come and speak to us. He's also indicated that in the future, once the work is done, once he's been able to access the financing, that they would be quite happy to welcome inclusion on a registry at a future date and possibly even designation. I think it's important to recognize that in this case, while it may seem counterintuitive, this is a situation where moving forward with this property may actually hamper the ability to preserve the heritage that exists in the community. I will say I've had numerous conversations with a number of property owners who have been slated for inclusion, and the vast majority of them have looked at the ramifications and decided that, to Councillor Garcia's point and to Mr. Seaman's point, that they see a benefit. If not, then no net negative to them. But in this particular case, I think it actually would be an issue. And as I said, while I am sure that there are a lot of studies that indicate the benefits of this, in this particular right now specific instance, the resident has indicated that that's not the case. And he's gone to the market and he's been told what the negative impact would be. So I would ask my colleagues to support this amendment so that we can move forward and allow the resident to move forward with the changes and the renewing of the heritage value of the home at 23 Duke Street.
Okay, so it's not a friendly amendment, I think, from Councillor Garcia. So what I'm going to do, is there any other properties that would be added as well? Because there are a couple other properties. Let's do them all in one sort of listing so we know what we're dealing with. Councillor Porter?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Can we make sure that they are done separately? Because I just want to ensure that we are voting on these separately.
Okay, if it, yeah, I guess, okay.
Are we speaking to the amendment first, or
well,
like Cisco's, or
what I won't honestly, council, if we're going to have 3 or 4 properties here, I don't want to really speak on each property. I think let's just see what.
That's not what I would like. I was going to suggest, like, this is new information to me, and I'm not 100% confident. Like, I appreciate that we have a heritage planner that has 30 years experience in the GTA. I would kind of like to get more further information about how this affects financing. So there might not just be 23 Duke, there might be numerous people that have been on that list. So I'd want staff to come back with an actual report. So I guess I can't really ask for a report, but I'd suggest someone defer it and look for more information.
Okay, so let's get through the list of what properties we're talking about first before we consider even a deferral. And so, Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Evan has the address up on the screen. It's 348 St. Paul Street. It is a white, it looks like a house, and it is in between the Niagara Artist Center and the Bansari restaurant and Out of the Past. It's a house that's been abandoned. Well, somebody owns it, but it's been sitting empty for over 20 years. The copper was ripped out. There was extensive flooding in the property. There was a fire in the property, and a not-for-profit is in discussions. We know it's in the back of the property and an adjacent property. There's a potential small brownfield. So this one is a real challenge for me. I love protecting heritage. I have a real challenge with this particular property. We really need to see some change. It's been sitting there like this and a real blight in that part of St. Paul Street. And people are working on something fabulous. It's taking a long time, and it's not a wealthy group of individuals. It's some cultural organizations, and I wouldn't want to add anything that would hinder their plans. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Sorrento, is it an address that you're dealing with?
No, it's not an address.
Okay, so I'm going to move on for now.
Well, I can give you an address. I can give you an address.
No, as long if you're adding an address to the list, speak. If not, we'll come back to you.
Okay, the addresses are 160, 168, 174, 176 St. Paul Street. So 160, 168, 174, 176.
And they've all asked you to take these addresses down?
Yes.
Okay. And then so Councillor Littleton, you're up. Is it an address?
It is, Mr. Mayor. I believe the resident at 101 Oakdale Avenue asked in the staff report for her property to be not on the list. Thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some concern with the process. My understanding is Mr. Janischuk came in and he said at a later time he would be willing to have the property listed. And so I think we should deal with these one at a time. And with respect to the amendment made by Councillor Cisco, I would suggest that it be changed, that the following property not be designated at this time, but that designation be deferred until the financing is put in place.
Well, okay, so we're amending on the fly right now. I think the amendment will stay as it stands. And then there will be a staff report or a staff update when Mr. Janicek is done working on his said property to have the property then added to the registry. I don't think we're going to wordsmith on amendments right now. What we're trying to do, Councillor, is we could have done this in a circular way and just said, dealt with one, and then also we're going to have another address and then another address and then another address. What we're trying to do is see how many addresses we're really dealing with out of the entire registry. And maybe we can vote the entire registry, save and accept these ones, and then we could deal with these ones with staff. So that's what we're trying to get to. So
Well,
Are there
if-
any other addresses that anyone wants to add? Councillor Harris, do you have another address?
Yes, 25 Duke Street.
25 Duke. Okay. So for the people following along at home, to Ms. Pihash, how many addresses are in this report?
I believe there's 52 properties that are recommended for inclusion on the register.
There you go. So out of the 52 properties, these are the ones that have raised the flag. Okay, now we know what we're actually dealing with. We can approve the report, save and accept these properties, and then this is what consultation looks like. We can go back and get further information on these properties. That's what we should be doing as a council. So we can deal with these individually, as Councillor Cisco has asked, is that we could deal with each individual property, but be mindful that we can approve the rest of the list so that it can finally get the registry up to date with as many buildings as possible. So, Councillor Cisco, we're going to go just to yours, which is 23 Duke. You want to vote on that one first? Looking to council, we'll vote on that one. Councillor, look to the clerk on 23 Duke, which is a property that the individual would like to do some work to, then come back and add it to the registry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Cisco, do you have a seconder?
I will.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Councillor Porter, you're the next one up, and this is the property next door to the Niagara Artist Center, 348 St. Paul Street. Any
Yes.
comments on this one, folks? It's pretty self-explanatory. Councillor Porter, you identified it. To the clerk, call the question.
Councillor Porter, a seconder, please.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor
Just-
Harris. Councillor Garcia, do you have a point of clarification?
Yes, point of clarification. Just on,
Unmute.
what Councilor Porter said about the property, I just wanted to ask if she understands that being on the registry does not in any way preclude their doing renovations or getting a building permit.
Yes, I understand that. I've also been inside and all around the building, and it's, yeah, it's bad.
Okay.
To the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, Councillor Littleton, yours is next because the owner had sent in correspondence to the city. And
That's correct.
I just want to, that's why Councillor Sorrento, I'm moving this one up because the resident did take the time to send in a request.
Very good, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Littleton, is there any comments on this one? We've had it in our correspondence.
I'm familiar with the property. I won't make comments on the property. I'm going on what the resident had written in. Thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Miller?
I guess just a question on all of these. This doesn't preclude them from being added later, obviously. And are we going to get information from staff on these specific properties right soon or now? Because I mean, other than this one where they did write in, you know, I don't really know a whole lot about these other properties. So are we going to get that information at some point?
Ms. Pihash? Manager?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the reason these properties are recommended for inclusion to begin with, because they were looked at individually by the Heritage Advisory Committee, and the Heritage Advisory Committee's role is to advise council on properties of heritage significance. So the Heritage Committee, together with the Heritage Planner, they have done their job in terms of recommending these properties. I don't know how much further information council would want should these properties be exempted. So we would need some direction from council.
Okay, so these are just ones that have just asked to not be included, and once we vote on it, that's really all we're going to be doing, and we're probably not going to hear about these properties again,
unless we put in some directions, Councillor. I think we've got clear direction on number 1, which is 23 Duke. That'll come back for consideration once the renovations are done. Number 2, I think is, you know, it's such a dilapidated state that I think it'll be addressed quickly. Number 3, I think you could say, have the owner go to the Heritage Committee and have them explain that property and why it should be in there. Because I think some of this is just not knowing what the heritage value is from the owner's perspective.
Okay, and just to be clear, if we vote to exclude these properties right now or not add them, I guess it's more accurate, to the registry, is there anything preventing a councillor from bringing this up at a meeting at a future date to say, you know what, we are going to add 101 Oakdale or one of these properties on St. Paul, or is that a reconsideration at that point?
I'll look to the clerk because that's a great question.
It would be a reconsideration.
I don't know. I don't really feel comfortable making these decisions with this so far lack of information that we have. I know it's too late for me. I'd certainly like to see more information on all these properties that we added tonight, other than Duke, which the gentleman explained, and St. Paul Street, which Councillor Porter did explain a little bit. But I guess we'll just make these decisions somewhat in the dark.
Councillor, on this one, it could be a direction that not be added to the registry until the property owner meets with the Heritage Committee. So then it's not a reconsideration because you're providing direction. And then if the Heritage Committee comes back and says, with the owner, we would like to add this one, then it's not a reconsideration because you've actually provided direction now. It's not a yes or no.
Okay, I think that is a swell idea.
I'll look to the mover, Councillor Littleton.
Sorry, I understand and I appreciate what the committee is doing. And I understand that that this is something they're supposed to do, but I do believe that a homeowner owns the property. It is the homeowner's ability to say whether they would want this designation. And if we have someone who owns the house says, I don't want a heritage designation, then to me, that's where it ends.
Okay, so time it won't be a friendly. Councillor Garcia, your hand is up to speak to what?
Mr. Mayor, some clarification from through you to from the planner, our heritage planner, and I'm glad Councillor Littleton brought that point up because certainly under the Heritage Act, we do not need the property owner's consent to designate a property. So I would ask the heritage planner, is that also true to list them on the heritage registry? I do not my assumption would be that it is not up to the property owner, but up to council and the heritage committee, whether a property is listed or not. Is that correct?
Mr. Seaman.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct. There is no permission needed to designate under the Heritage Act or to add a property to the Municipal Heritage Register. In fact, there's no right of appeal to adding a property on the Municipal Heritage Register.
So clarification, just in terms of language, so the public is clear. Are we talking about the Registry of Non-Designated Cultural Heritage Properties? Or are we talking about the actual heritage property designation?
Apologies. Yes, it's the register by meaning the register of non-designated properties. Designated properties are on the register as designated. So if we were dealing with a designation, an owner can appeal to the Conservation Review Board with the addition to the register, because the implications are fairly minimal. The province didn't, when they created the register under the Heritage Act in 2005, didn't include a right to appeal.
Okay.
The only appeal is to council.
Thank you for the clarification. Okay, so Councillor, I'm going to wrap this because Councillor Miller was going to add an amendment, and the amendment is not friendly. So we've got this in front of us, which is 101 Oakdale not be added to the Registry of Non-Designated Cultural Properties, full stop. And just on this one, Councillor Kushner, just on 101 Oakdale.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I like the suggestion that you made, that we consider put in the provision that there be a meeting with the Heritage Committee.
Okay. So it's not friendly, but it can be added. So it's not a friendly amendment. But what Councillor Kushner would add to this is that the homeowner be requested to meet with the Heritage Committee pertaining to 101 Oakdale.
Right.
And then staff can report back on whether or not that takes place. And if it doesn't take place, then we can have a vote on whether or not that should go to the non-designated cultural heritage property registry. Okay, so that's the amendment. Councillor Littleton, do you have any question on that? Since it's an amendment, so it is going to amend your direction, but it still puts the homeowner at the table.
Yeah, I'm just not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure here. You know, the speaker that was before us, he's not wrong. I'm concerned that some of these designations could potentially harm financing and what happened. It happened to me with a house. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to say, so you can cut me off. But I was trying to refinance a property, and it was 100 and something years old. It was in the 18 whatevers, and it wasn't on any registries, thank goodness. But somebody sitting in Toronto said, oh, it doesn't have a basement, and it has stone walls as a crawl space, not going to be financed. So add something else on that lets people know it's even older. I mean, I don't know. We could be opening ourselves up to a can of hurt here.
Okay, let's go to the amendment. And it's just on the amendment. Can we vote on the amendment by Councillor Kushner? It's just one property. The clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Kushner, do you have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Councillor Harris? Okay.
Councillor Miller.
I think that was Miller.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We sound and look alike.
We mumble.
Okay. Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Littleton.
Sorry, no.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Porter.
Yes.
Councillor Cisco.
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento.
Nope.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And
Okay.
that's carried.
Now on the original motion, which is that not be added to the registry until that meeting takes place. So it's just, now it's one motion So with direction in it, Councillor Littleton, you got a seconder, seconded by Councillor Cisco. Okay, I'll call the question on this one.
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Littleton,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Porter,
Yes.
Councillor Cisco,
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
Carried.
And if the clerks can just make a note that this one will come back after the meeting with the Heritage Committee. So just mark in the calendar so that we don't lose this one on the work agenda. Okay. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Sorrento, you're up. And you've got a whole bunch of properties and there's been nothing sent in about them. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor, but I did receive a correspondence from the owner. And they're saying essentially what Councillor Littleton said, that financing would become a major issue should that heritage designation be placed on these properties. Very similar to what Mr. Janasek said. So I'm just putting it up for council's consideration.
So council doesn't have any information on the properties. They don't have the correspondence that you have. Can we defer this until further correspondence is shared? Councillor Cisco, move to defer.
Motion to defer, Mr. Mayor, so that we can all see the correspondence and see the information.
Okay, all in favor of deferral, raise your hand. Okay, that one's deferred. Next one is 25 Duke Street. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, well, actually, could I add the amendment Kushner put in for Littleton? I just want them to have a meeting with staff.
Okay.
And to come back. That's all.
Okay. So that is going to be, if anyone has any questions on it, it's going to be very similar to Councillor Littleton's, the meeting with the Heritage Committee, then come back. So this will come back at the same time as 101 Oakdale. So we'll make sure staff line those two up accordingly. Okay. So that is, let's vote on that one, Councillor Harris. So that's 25 Duke. To the clerk, make it official.
A seconder, please.
So moved.
Kushner, Councillor Kushner.
Thank you. Councillor Dodge,
Yay.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Littleton,
Yes.
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Porter,
Yes.
Councillor Cisco,
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, now we go to the original motion, which is a great new
Mr.
story.
Mayor,
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, now that we have added all those properties,
Well, there are not a lot of properties, Councillor, just a couple.
well, quite a few, I think.
Not
But
bad.
anyway, I think to be fair, I don't agree with the concept, but since we're going to ask to get have the property owners to meet with the Heritage Committee and report back to council, I feel compelled to add then the two properties that did write into council and ask for that. So if perhaps Ms. Piha could tell us what the addresses are, but the clerk listed them earlier. I think one is like 91 Lakeport and there's another one on St. Paul. And just the same thing as what Councilor Harris just added, that the owners meet with the Heritage Committee and then it was report back to council.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Yeah, hi. I've spoken to the owner of 91 Lakeport, and they have spoken to Mr. Seaman, and they consent to be included on the non-designated list.
Okay.
Super.
Thank you.
Councillor Garcia, is there another address?
There is one on St. Paul that Mr. Mark Antonio wrote a letter about, and it's in correspondence does somebody in staff know exactly the address on St. Paul?
Perhaps, Mr. Mayor, I can refer to Michael Seaman to identify what that property is. Councillor, just for clarification, you're talking about a property that correspondence has been received in support of inclusion on the register or requesting not to be included?
No, there were two pieces of correspondence we received asking not to be included for certain reasons. One of them was 91 Lakeford with Councillor Williamson just clarified that that's not a problem. The other one was on St. Paul, and I know it was Lou Marcantonio from 3M Architect or 2M Architects, I guess, that that asked for that. So that the clerk mentioned that that letter is in correspondence already.
Okay, can the clerk's office help here through correspondence? Can we figure this out?
We're looking for it, Mayor Senzik. We believe it may have been from the first meeting of that we met, which was September 14th. We did receive quite a number of correspondence. Evan's just looking through the correspondence from that date.
Okay. It was prior to the report being deferred.
Yes, it was the first meeting.
So we'll dig that up. Councillor Garcia, is there any other comments?
No, that's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Garcia. Councillor Porter speaking on the general motion now. Councillor Porter, are you good or?
I'm good.
Okay.
I thought the general motion, Councillor Garcia is moving it.
Yes.
Yeah. So my hand's not up. Sorry. I'll take it down.
Councillor Miller, your hand's up.
Well, it certainly shouldn't be.
Okay, great. Okay, so it looks like this plus the address, and if we can get that address. So what we're looking at, folks, is there's 52 properties that are part of this updated non-designated cultural heritage properties. We're looking at, I think, 8 that are now either going to move forward in a different way or going to go back to the Heritage Committee to deal with to discuss with the property owners. I think that's a pretty solid start. Actually, it's an impressive start to have that many properties added to the registry at one time. So can the clerks give us the address?
I'll second it.
I'm afraid at this time we cannot find it.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I believe the address is 66 St. Paul Street.
66 St. Paul Street?
St. Paul Street West or St. Paul Street?
Okay, we're just looking because there's a lot of St. Paul Street and some of their information.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Okay.
If Mr. Mayor, if we take a look at the correspondence list from September 14th, there are lots of properties that are, as Councillor Garcia just described, with situations. We may be opening a bit of a hornet's nest if we go into that correspondence file.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councilor Cisco. This was a very recent letter. Like we only had 2 that I saw for this meeting, and one was from Colleen Beard, I remember, regarding 91 Lakeport, which has been clarified, and the other one was from Lou Marcantonio on behalf of an owner on St. Paul. There were only 2, and it was for this meeting. It wasn't from September.
Yeah, you're right, Councillor.
Why don't you just say the correspondence from 2M Architects
Okay.
be included, and then we can move on.
Exactly. That's fair.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Can we vote?
Yeah, I just want to get the language in there so we know what we're voting on. Okay, we'll clear it. We'll clean up the rest. We'll circulate that address tomorrow, folks, as well. Okay. To the clerk, call a question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, on 66 St. Paul or 2M Architects. Councillor Garcia, is there a seconder?
I'm seconding it, I think. All right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Dodge,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Kushner,
Yes.
Counselor Littleton,
Yes.
Counselor Miller,
Yes.
Counselor Phillips, Counselor Phillips, Counselor Porter,
Yes.
Counselor Cisco,
Yes.
Counselor
I'm here
Sorrento.
now, yes.
Thank you,
Yes.
Counselor Phillips. Counselor Townsend,
Yes.
Counselor Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Senzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Okay, so again, pass on to Manager Pihash, pass on to the group a very well put together non-designated cultural heritage property update, as well to the Heritage Committee. Councilor Garcia, I think you're a council member of the committee. Pass on our thanks for all the work that they've done getting this to where it is today. And if you can also articulate that, Mr. Seaman, that'd be greatly appreciated. Okay, we have Planning and Building Services, Community Improvement Plan, Brownfield Tax Incentive Request for Amendment 100 Oakdale Avenue. We do have a delegation. Alexi Ashtaf, Ajataf. So Alexi speaking, again, reminder, 5 minutes for the delegation. And he'll be speaking on this. He is the owner of the property.
Thank you, Mayor. Good attempt on the last name. You almost got it right. You
Later.
almost got it right. Thank you, Council. Good evening to everybody. Good evening to the staff members and to the public. So we wanted to address the 100 Oakdale. The CFP, which was approved back in 2016, I believe, when we purchased the property and did the brownfield remediation, obtained the record to site condition and ready for development. It's based on the 2016 values and taking the 2016 rents in the pro forma in that TIF program, in that CFP, CFP. So the reason for me being here and I've been in contact with staff, and the major problem we had on this particular file is that due to the COVID, the MPAC wasn't able to do even 2020 update. So if you know, it's a 4-year cycle, and 2020 was supposed to be released this year. So we were supposed to be looking at 2020 values, which are substantially higher than 2016 values, especially in St. Catharines, because it got some investment, largely due to the programs like this brownfield and CIP programs, which really brings attention of the investors from the Southern Ontario, like us from Concord. And so the biggest disconnect right now we are having is on the values. I did have a brief conversation with Lori Littleton on Friday on this. So we are still not at the values. So like the biggest disconnect right now in this whole program is that in my opinion, like not to the letter, but to the spirit of the program. If investor comes and create 1 million of value, he gets for 10 years. For example, for us, it's affordable housing. So we have 35 affordable apartment buildings, 35 affordable units in 99 units apartment buildings, based in 3 buildings. So the value by doing this product, we are creating the value, and it's a little bit tricky if the councillor and the city limit the program to the MPAC assessment, which we cannot get to the real value, largely due to epidemics right now. And I heard like in the beginning there was some controversy about this whole program. I'm not gonna go into the details. There's gonna be November 2nd, so I hopefully gonna be there. But for this one, my major issue right now it's the value, because the taxes is the single largest expense, operational expense, before the mortgage, obviously, right? So, and that's in the pro forma, because we, in this case, was going through the CMHC affordable housing program. So we have to follow their criteria, and we have to hold some debt coverage ratios. And in this case, if our debt coverage ratio doesn't work, so it means we cannot even start the project. So that's the position where we are at, and that's what we wanted to ask the councillor, if we can revive the program based on realistic values, which I was trying to communicate with Lori. We would be happy to contribute and to go with the project, and I think it's reasonable to request that. So I can answer the questions, I guess.
Okay, thank you very much for your delegation, and I'll go to Councillor Sorrento first for the delegate.
Recognizing you, Mr. Mayor, my question is for Mr. Ashta.
Close enough.
Alex,
call me Alex.
Thank you, sir, with your permission. Can you provide this council with a very specific value that you are looking for? Because I don't recall reading it in the report. So are you going to be, can you give us a specific value,
Yes.
sir?
Yes, I can give you a specific value, and I can give you the value how I got to that value. So the specific value, if I'm using the new 2020 CAP, which wasn't even approved yet, so we cannot even talk about that one. But if they're going to be approved, we are fully qualified for that CAP as well, because we are providing the affordable housing. We are in all priority neighborhoods, so we are fully qualified for that one. If it's gonna be up roofed, right? So I use the average rents, which in that CFP of 1317, and when we asked MPAC to provide us with assessment for current value based on 2020, they told me they physically cannot do it, so it's also government body. So they only gave me 2016. And we had a very close conversation with the manager. And he said, I cannot give you this value, but what can I do? I can give you the second page. The second page clearly states the rents, the average rents which MPAC took into the calculation. I did share this file with Lori. I can share it with you. I can share it with the staff if we have to vote on this at different time or anything like this. So if we just plug the number from 2020 intentional CAP, we are getting at 16 million evaluation. Investment in the property, the cost to construct is 27 million. The 10 and that's the average rents, and our real average rents are like gonna be within 5% of that. So it's gonna be and it's gonna include. I'm pretty sure you have all the rental breakdowns there for the affordable segment and everything else.
Thank you, and Mr. Mayor, through you to Alex. Sorry, I'm just losing my train of thought here. I did have another question. Okay, so you've answered the 16 million, 27 million, and oh yes, in the report, in the original report, which I cannot access, if you are aware of these numbers, do you know what the increased assessment is projected to be from your original report?
Increased assessment, the property assessed is 400,000 right now. So so it's empty vacant land which we worked with the city and we severed the property. we did the record of set condition, spent north of 800,000 on the record of set condition and remediation of that portion of the property. The back portion is different story altogether. So this particular property, 100 Oakdale Severed property, that's gonna be from 400 and change to the 16 million increase in tax. And that's based on the impact assessment of 2020, taking the numbers from the report of new CIP, which wasn't even the issue. And may I also speak something like separate note altogether. And those rents are really shy of what is market rents right now in St. Catherine, charged by the big REITs who are scooping up the properties. We are smaller in Wester. And those rents which we are doing for 35 units, they're gonna be locked for 10 years. So we cannot increase even on the turnovers because it's part of the Canada National Initiative program. So that's...
I think, thank you. I was looking for the increase in the future assessment, but I think I'll just wait.
Increase in the future assessment.
The increase in the taxes, that's okay, Alex, that's fine.
Well, that's like, so the impact assessment gonna be north of 16 for 2020. And if it's gonna be built by 2022, it's gonna be probably 20 million or something. That's, I mean, I cannot speculate on this. I'm just trying to work on some real numbers to show you the real, because we can be.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Porter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter, Mr. Astashev, Alexei. So when you initially brought forward the proposal to remediate and build units on the property, you didn't have, you were intending to build affordable housing in the beginning, correct?
Well, it was a rental. It wasn't part of the affordable segment. It was a rental. So rental by definition, well, I mean, it wasn't the high-end rental to begin with. So it was a middle-class rental, right? So that was additional. It was always intention, middle-class rental. The affordable segment came under the financing because we were able to get financing under the Canada Mortgage, from Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation under Canada initiative.
Okay.
So,
and that's beyond the application phase. That's already, it's pending a municipal contribution. Am I correct? Or
I'm not sure.
Can you just clarify what stage you're at with the CMHC application? Is it already approved and in place?
The financing, it's there is a pro forma which we have to hit, right? So, and that's part like the financing, the debt coverage ratio, it's how much your mortgage payment and the maximum 40 years amortization. That's so we hitting all those. We are trying to get to the minimum, to the maximum allowable we can use from the CMHC. So we're using the maximum 40 years amortization, all the maximum allowable tools for us to lower the payment of the mortgage. So we can, after the property is being constructed, so we can carry the property in way which is cash flow positive and it can be managed properly, right? The tax is the single biggest cost of the operation of the rental buildings, and that it's right now the difference from the proposed and what we are asking, it's over 10% in the operation budget, and that's that's not sustainable. So that brings us to the DCR. That brings us to the debt coverage ratio of 1.06 or something.
Okay, so you're trying to extend the financing
No,
and
I'm
you're trying to structure the financing so it works. Yes, for you, because it's
I'm trying, not for me, for the project, for everything else. We
Right.
need to, part of the CMHC, we need to follow their strict, and I did send the structure of the program. So there is a different areas which we need to hit, and it's a standard which we have to maintain for 10 years after. If we don't maintain it, we have to invest more, and we wouldn't be able to do so. So that's for our, in the pro forma, we already put in the large investment. If we cannot commit to this, first of all, we wouldn't be even, like, our financing gonna be just not gonna be going forward. So
Okay. And am I able to ask you if you run into any issues in terms of the brownfield remediation, and did it go as planned?
It was much longer than anticipated. It's a long process, unfortunately. So it took us way longer than we anticipated. That's the only. There is no issue. In the reality, I don't want to go into specifics, but there is no kind of, like, we are doing voluntarily monitoring on the back portion, all smooth. There is no issue there. It's been there for over 60 years. From what I know, just dealing for a long time already with this. So yeah, no, there is no issue. There is no threat to environment. Otherwise, the ministry wouldn't allow to register the record of secession on the property.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions for staff, which I'll reserve for after. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Okay, seeing no other further questions of the delegation, I'd like to thank you very much for presenting and for presenting to Council an affordable housing part to the project as well. Motion to receive the presentation, Councillor Miller and Councillor Phillips, all in favor. That is carried. Now we get into some further stuff that we have to figure out. So prior to getting to the amendment, we do have a brief PowerPoint from the project expediter, Margaret Josipovic, and she'll take us through that. And then we'll look at the staff recommendation with amendments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Next slide, Evan. Okay, so in 2017, Council approved a brownfield tax incentive for a 93-unit stacked townhouse residential development with an incentive value of approximately $338,000. So that's roughly $33,000 a year for 10 years. And this was under the 2015 CIP. Next slide. So this site plan will show you what was proposed at the time. In blue, you have the stacked townhouses, and like I said, 93 units. A portion of the property at the rear was parceled off and severed after this approval. Next slide. So since then, the applicant has submitted an amended proposal for three-story apartment buildings with a total of 99 units, with 35 of these being affordable housing units. The applicant has also qualified for CMHC program financing, as mentioned, and this project is currently in the final stages of site plan approval. Next slide. And as you can see on the site plan, the three apartment buildings are shown with a bit of a site redesign. Generally, staff are more supportive of this actual redesign. It fits in better and brings a little bit more intensification and the affordable housing component, of course. Next slide. So partially due to complications related to the severance and of course because of the COVID-19 complications with MPAC, MPAC had not been able to provide a new roll number for the parcel and was also unable to provide us with an estimate of what the post-development assessment would be at this time. So when staff are considering an amendment to the incentive, we have to have something to base the new approval on. So since publishing of the staff report, the applicant has provided an MPAC assessment based on 2016 values, as he said, which brings us roughly to 10.2 million, and then a further calculation of an estimate for 2020 of 16.7 million. This is still not accurate enough for staff to be able to comfortably recommend an approval under the policies, but it does help give an idea of the potential increase. So without an accurate impact assessment, or at least a maximum cap to an incentive, the municipality could be tied to paying out a much higher incentive amount than what has been budgeted for, because we use the actual post-construction assessment to calculate the incentive. So staff do recommend that the approval be tied to a maximum amount. Originally, as approved, was the $338,000. If council is looking to follow the newly presented 10.2 million or 16.7 million, we would suggest that there be a maximum cap added, since the impact assessment estimate is not accurate. If we're looking at the actual incentive amount, like we said, 338,000 was the original approval. At 10.2 million, that's about 508,000. And at 16.7 million, it's about 835,000. I would just finally note that any approval or amendment tonight, if it does happen, does not guarantee an amendment for matching funding from the region of Niagara. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Ms. Josipovic. Councillor Porter, question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Margaret Josipovic. In the new CIP, I think we have language in the new CIP that is going to be presented to council. We have some language that the developer has to sign an agreement with the city to keep the housing affordable for so many years. I don't think we currently have something like that in place. Is that something we could do right now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we could add language to their agreement, but I think we've been generally satisfied that because they have CMHC funding, that would kind of be the governing body that would ensure that it is meant to be affordable. I guess you could double down on it and put it into our agreement as well.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question, if we change, so just in plain language, if we played around and predicted a new assessment value, but it turned out not to be the case, because I couldn't predict what the 2020 assessment value could be. We could guess. The city could be on the hook for more than the 80% than what prescribed in the program. Like am I correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's not, you would still be on the hook for the 80%. That 80% would just be high, could potentially be higher.
Right, that's what, okay.
Yeah, the concern from staff's point isn't that the incentive value is higher, is that we want to be able to budget for it properly so that 2 to 3 years from now, when construction is complete, we haven't budgeted for a $30,000 a year grant when it's actually 70 or 80,000. That's the concern.
Okay. Finding a way forward, can this be deferred until to the next iteration of the CIP, or does it need to be decided now? Could we make, rather than trying to guess what the new amount is, could we come up with something reasonable, like say it's, because there's an affordable housing component, it might be reasonable to see if this council will want to increase it from 80 to 85%.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the timing concern is because the applicant has some deadlines with CMHC that they have to hit by the end of October. Otherwise, we would have just waited for an updated impact assessment and brought forward sort of the more official information. So that is the concern. As for sort of pushing it into the next version of the CIP, if it is to be approved, the applicant has already completed some remediation. So you'd be looking at some retroactive approvals for remediation there, which could get a little bit complicated.
And then we'd miss the deadline for the application. So.
Yes.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Okay, so I'm not seeing any further questions. And in terms of, this is just for the first part of the motion, which is that council approve the amendment to the original community improvement plan, BTIF. The only question I would have, and I guess it would be to Margaret or to Ms. Pihach, is can the language be subject to approval? So if Canadian Mortgage Housing Corporation doesn't approve this, are we still tied to the CIP without the affordable housing units associated with it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we are, because the approval of the BTIF it's not an affordable housing grant, it's a redevelopment grant. The affordable housing component is obviously a great bonus for us, but it's not one of the eligibility criteria for the actual approval. It's a reason that we brought it forward quickly, because to help out with the timing, to ensure they don't lose financing because of our timing, but it's not an actual eligibility criteria for the incentive.
So I just want to ask for a follow-up, because it does impact sort of my perspective on this, is that the reason why there's a request for an increase is also to qualify for the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation application, which would make it more attractive for the Canadian Housing Mortgage Corporation to approve this for affordable housing component. And if that doesn't go through, then we're still tied to a higher valuation on MPAC, whereas we can just accept the 2016 valuation and keep to it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, Alexi, you've got your hand up, and I don't normally do this, but you're the proponent here. So is there a guarantee on the affordable housing part of it?
I want to touch base on a couple of things, on two things. So first of all, we are like on this program, we are on this project, we are guaranteeing the affordable housing. Second one, to the Margaret point, that it's somebody's on the hook for something. I don't see how city is on the hook for anything, because the minute we build, there is going to be CMHC, sorry, not CMHC, too many four-letter government bodies. MPAC assessment on property. We are taxed based on the assessment. Our problem is actually reverse, because right now, if you vote on putting us at 7 or at 10 million evaluation, we are stuck with this evaluation at 2022. When our evaluation gonna come up at 20 million, we're gonna receive the actual grant only for 10 million. And that's where is the biggest disconnect, because we are completely, we cannot even start project knowing that. If we are at 16 million and we know that we receive 20 million evaluation after, it's I have a calculation of per 1 million, it's about $10,000. So about $40,000 we can carry in the operation, but we cannot, like for the apartment, we run and operate quite a few apartment buildings in Ontario. It's a very large amount. So we can, so if we to the question, the city, in my opinion, and that's maybe I'm missing something here, not losing anything at all, because we are creating the value, we are building something. Cities still get 20% of the tax increase for the first 10 years. Those 10 years is for us to stabilize the building. There is absolutely no return or no income in the first 10 or 20 years of those projects.
Okay. No, and I do appreciate clarification. I don't normally do that, so I just want to apologize to council. It's just, this is a complicated ask in front of us right now, and I want to make sure that we're going to make the appropriate decision. So I asked those two questions, and those were pertaining to the CMHC, and it's about valuation. Are we all clear, council? So we got the recommendation in front of us, and if I can pull the recommendation up that Councillor Littleton has actually outlined. Councillor Littleton, please speak to this part. This is your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to go to my notes that I've made. This is a complicated ask here, and it's a difficult one. And the reason I brought it forward is it's a unique proposal. So I've been speaking with Alexi for quite a bit, and also with Margaret and everybody. It's such a unique development. Essentially, we have 99 apartment units that will be built. We need apartment units in the city. We all know that. What makes this development particularly interesting is the 35 affordable housing, the units, as defined by CMHC. So the developer has not created this. This is actually through CMHC. So under the terms of his grant, he cannot raise the rents on those units, those 35 units, for 10 years, except for the provincially legislated annual rental increase. This includes if a tenant moves out and a new tenant moves in. He can't raise the rent. It stays the same. So as you've heard, the former proposal was given an assessment of about 7 million. This is where we're caught in this. And actually, it's really such an issue, this COVID, because as you know, we were supposed to have the new valuations in 2020, and that has been put off. So Alexi has now gotten an assessment, for $10.261 million. And that's what I've put on the floor here. It will be up to this council to determine what they want to do with this. In his formula, he's told you that he believes the assessment should be about 16 million. When according to the staff report, and you've heard from Margaret tonight, that if we do a higher valuation, it could potentially open a can of worms for other people to come forward and say, well, I don't have an evaluation, but I think it's going to be X, Y, and Z. And that's why there's hesitancy, even on my part, to ask for the higher $16 million. This, again, for counselors who sometimes struggle with this is the old CIP we're talking about. We are not giving the developer money. This is simply a rebate. He will pay all the taxes. He will be rebated 80% at the end of the year. So if the property stays the way it is, the city would collect whatever that amount of taxes is. With the building, we would collect more taxes. That's the bottom line. Plus, we would have another 100 units of folks living in a building, multiple buildings, 35% of which are affordable housing. So you see my motion on the table. It's seconded by Councillor Miller. And there might be, the other one is coming. Okay, so this is what we have to have the discussion about, though. Thank you. I hope that makes sense. That's where I'm coming from.
All right. Yeah, it is complicated, but this is why we're counselors and we're working with staff, and we've got a developer who's looking to address our affordable housing issue that we're facing. So we're just trying to create a pathway here. Councillor Townsend, and see what we can do here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, love the aspect of the affordable housing, obviously, but my question through you is, after 10, I know they said for 10 years, the units will be affordable. What happens after 10 years? Does that mean after 10 years, they can kick out the people living in the affordable units and just jack the prices up? Can someone just clarify that for me? Thank you.
I'll look to either Margaret, and I don't know if Margaret has a background on the CMHC file.
I'm not positive of the exact agreement that Alexi does have with CMHC. That may be a better question for him. But typically then it would follow Landlord-Tenant Act rules.
Which means it could only go up, the rent can only go up percentage based on whatever the province dictates at the time. Alexi, if you want to provide some comment just about the affordable housing, what your plan is for that, Alexi, just around the affordable, yeah. Alexi, you can unmute. Just around the affordable housing.
Just around the affordable housing. So at 10-year mark, whoever living there is living there, they follow under the landlord-tenant board. They cannot be increased more than guideline. And just on the affordable guideline, majority of the rentals in the building are actually 100% of the building. It's within 70% of something of the medium household income of greater Niagara region. So the rentals on the market rents right now on the one bedroom is 13.7 to 13.9. That's so there is no regulation. There is nothing we are mandated to do. 10 years we are holding this, and after we are following. But the rest of the units are they're not high-end units as well. So it's not a high-end luxury development.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Okay, so I apologize. I got to get that. Okay, Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the staff report, they talk about the previous maximum incentive being $338,000. If this is approved, what will the new maximum become?
I think MJ?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at 10.2 million, it's roughly 508,000. And at 16.7 million, it's roughly 835,000.
So that's an increase of 175,000 or in the maximum. Is that the recommendation that you're prepared to make?
From staff's end?
Yes.
Well, these estimates did come in after. Like I mentioned before, it's not the exact MPAC estimate that we require as part of a CIP submission. So I don't think there's a comfort level from staff to recommend it based on that, because I don't think the budgeting would be accurate. But based on it being a higher incentive, I think there's value in the CIP project.
So what would be your specific recommendation given the information you have?
It would be that you tie it down to a maximum, whether you choose the 10 or the 7.8, the 10.2 or the 16.7, but that you tie it to a maximum cap so that the city is not exposed to paying out an incentive that's much higher than what we budgeted for.
So the maximum cap that I thought you suggested as a possibility would be 508,000.
That would be, yeah, that would correspond with the 10.2 million.
Okay, that corresponds to the amendment being made.
Correct.
So it would not be in the 800,000 vicinity.
I mean, I think that one's up to council, whether that's the level of incentive that you would choose. I think from the applicant, they're saying that they do need that level to proceed.
And you concur with that?
Realistically, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Sorrento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recognizing you, sir. My question is to the director, the treasurer. Do we know what the current property taxes are on this property?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the current assessment of this property, as the property owner has indicated, it is vacant land. It's assessed at $459,000, and the 2020 taxes were $12,268.87.
Okay, so the property taxes are about 12,000. Sorry.
That's correct, slightly over.
Okay, great. Mr. Mayor, I am going to be supporting this motion. I just did a very quick calculation. I don't know if these are going to be condos. It doesn't sound like it. But if we take 99 multiplied by 3,000, I get about $297,000. Now that's just a rough estimate. It might be a little less, it might be a little bit more. So I'm definitely going to be supporting this. I'm very pleased that there's going to be an affordable housing component to this. So that was the revised submission. And I quite agree with you, sir. You know what? We need apartments, or I don't know if it was you or if it's Councillor Littleton. We definitely need the housing, so I will definitely be supporting this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask staff about the budgeting. I don't know if it's through you to the treasurer or to Margaret, but obviously we approved 338,000 at some time. So if council were to change this and increase it, where does that money come from?
The current, I can start and perhaps Christine can jump in to correct me. So our current, the formula that we use for budgeting for CIP is we take a base amount that we add to the budget every year, and then add in a percentage of the approvals that we've done for the year, so that the yearly budget for CIP that we put in reflects what we've approved. So this year's, what we would be putting into the 2021 budget would reflect this amount.
Okay, go to Director Christine, Director Douglas.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, Margaret is correct on the formula that we use. However, we do also look ahead, and because this development wouldn't be coming on until at least 2022, we do have usually a year or two lag between the time when the project is approved and we start including it in the budget. So because where we are in the 2021 budget process, this amount we would need to ensure that we factor it into our calculations as we go forward and are building our CIP program commitments. But at this time, we wouldn't increase the 2021 budget for this project. And partially because we do have a little bit of a reserve at this time with regards to our CIP commitments and the timing of when they come on board.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to probably Director Douglas. Have we had this situation before where we we have an approved CIP and then the development plans change and we approve a different one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we have. We had one for Heritage Point Phase 3 last year, but it actually came in at a lower amount. And we had one for 200 Bunting that stayed but the incentive stayed roughly the same. But we have amended designs before.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Porter.
Thank you very much. This is quite complicated, but when you look at the statistics on what kind of development is getting built across the GTA, it's mostly condos. Condo financing is much easier for developers. The financing's easier to structure and they get their return on their investment immediately. Financing apartments is not as lucrative. You don't get the return right away, and the financing is a little bit more difficult to structure. And I do think that because the developer went out and sought some grant money and some possibly financing from CMHC on his own, I think this changes the nature of the project, not even the look of it, but also what's going in there, and it's meeting a huge need in our community. 99 units is going to make a big dent because we have quite a shortage of rental units right now. So I just want to say I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter, Councillor Williamson, and Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Margaret. Is this model similar for affordable housing, attracting affordable development as in other municipalities?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in a way it is. Typically, most of affordable housing developments have some sort of partnership where there is a municipal contribution. And this is a typical percentage, I would say, that of the building that is affordable. So I would say it is a more common model, yes.
Thank you. So we're going to get 100 units, 35% are going to be designated as affordable, and the other 70% are also going to meet some criteria for affordability. Is that what we've heard?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe that the applicant is saying that they will be near the affordable amount. He's not guaranteeing that, and they don't have to meet any criteria. But he is saying that that's approximately where they're aimed to be.
Okay, I'm just concerned that this is kind of developed before our eyes here and didn't come from staff as a report. I understand that changing circumstances, but I also understand the need for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Miller.
Thanks. Just a couple of clarification, I guess, type questions. And I guess I can ask at the same time to staff. If we vote and approve this tonight, as obviously I'd like to see council do, as I'm seconding this motion, and it's as Councillor Williamson said, 35% affordable housing. We should always be supporting projects like that. But if are we locked into this number, or if there's a new impact assessment, or we approve a new CIP, which as Alexi said, and as is fairly obvious, this should qualify for. Would this number change, or could he apply to the new CIP with a new impact assessment, or is there any opportunity, I guess, to change on a line, or are we set in stone after tonight?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you could technically rescind his approval for our 2015 CIP and approve one under the 2020 CIP. As I said before, there would have to be a retroactive approval for his brownfield cleanup through that process. There could be a possibility of structuring an approval up to a certain amount based on having him come back with that impact assessment when it is available, and then changing the maximum amount. But you may want to clarify with the clerk whether that would be a reconsideration or whether that could be done.
Okay, clerk, could you clarify?
Obviously, it's not before me, but at what I'm hearing, it would be a reconsideration.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think that gives us some protection. Maybe it gives Alexi some hope that if an impact assessment does come back and it's significant change, I'd certainly hope council would be at least willing to discuss that. So I think that provides a little bit of protection and maybe risk mitigation for us. That is all for me.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Seeing no other further hands up. So we do have a motion in front of us. And so just to be clear, we're looking at a ceiling of 10.2. Councillor Littleton, that's the ceiling that you'd like to place on this project for impact assessment?
That's the ceiling I think we need to go with, unless council has another ceiling.
Councillor, is there, okay, because we've heard from the applicant, we've heard from our staff. It seems to be where we want to lie, and I guess the harm of going to 16 as a maximum, which was requested by the applicant, is the exposure is 800,000 on, is that over every year or over a 10 years horizon?
10 years.
It's over 10 years. So it would be roughly 83,000 a year.
And that's on the new assessed growth. That's not the current tax structure. It's the new assessed growth. The taxation would be 80% of the new assessed growth there.
Correct.
Okay. Well, it's up to Councillor Littleton and Councillor Miller. It's in their ward. If the number is where they're comfortable with, then this is what we're going to have to vote on.
It's such a hard thing because I know that Alexia said it's so tight. Just personally, I'm so afraid of, this is taxpayer money and we don't have the figures, and it's because of the COVID, and I know it's going to come up, right? The assessment will likely come up, but I'm not an assessor, and I just don't think it's responsible for me to do that. But if the council is to, I don't know if there's language that we can do. Can we visit it in 6 months? Like once we get I don't know is the answer there, but I do feel 100% confident on the 10.261.
Okay. That's what we'll vote upon, and I'll look to MJ again. Just a quick question. If the assessed value in 2021 comes back and it's valued at 16 million, is there an opportunity for the applicant to come back and ask for, or no?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would say yes.
Okay. And the reason that, like, the how or that would be, now you actually have a 21 assessment, and you would be able to have the applicant not reapply, but ask for an adjustment.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I look to the clerk to call a question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Littleton,
Yes.
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Reluctantly, yes, I'm concerned about taxpayers' money, but this is already approved or pre-approved. So
Councillor Porter,
Yes.
Councillor Cisco,
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Also a cautious yes.
and Mayor Sendzik.
I will just add before saying my answer that in order for taxpayers to get additional dollars, developers have to invest significant amount of money for assessments to go up. So while people may call it taxpayers' dollars, in order to get those, the developer has to invest a significant amount of money. And this is what Alexi's doing here for affordable housing. This is why it's a good idea. Yes.
Thank you, and that's carried.
Okay, now we got a bit of a wrinkle here, and Councillor Littleton, I call it a wrinkle because there could be a reconsideration vote that has to take place. It could get a bit confusing. It's because there's looking for a fees to be waived related to the development. So this is what's happening. We can have the clerks put it on the screen, please. So this is what we're looking at, which is we approved a motion to no further fees be refunded until a policy around the waiving of permits and application fees in the building department. This was February 11th, 2019. This project that we're discussing today has, again, significant fees that are attached to it. And I'll turn it over to Councillor Littleton for what she's looking to achieve here before we go through the reconsideration.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what happened was, council will remember that we approved I'm sorry, I'm really failing here tonight now. The fees that for the build for the YWCA on Oakdale. And when that happened, so gratefully, council approved that. But at that time, we agreed that there would be no further fees to be refunded until a policy had been approved. Now here I am before you asking for, because we can't get Alexi to that $16 million assessment, we really want to see this project go forward. And the only other idea to do this, because once again, affordable housing is something that we talk about a lot, would be to reimburse up to a maximum of $150,000 in permit fees for this development. But we need to have a reconsideration of it because otherwise it's out of order.
The reason why it's in front of us today, Council, is because, again, the applicant is applying to CHMC and they're applying by the end of October. So they need to know whether or not this can be included as part of their criteria. The CHMC has a list of criteria, check marks, where you get community contribution, partnerships, all that other stuff. This would go to that check mark. That's why it's here today. So we've got the reconsideration in front of us. And the first question is, do we want to reconsider this motion that we had done on February 11th, 2019? So that's in front of us. Councillor Harris, do you have just to the reconsideration? Unmute. Are you good? Because you haven't unmuted yet.
Okay, now I'm good. I guess I see the reconsideration, but wouldn't it have made more sense to perhaps go with the 16 million and then we wouldn't have to reconsider this?
Well,
like with the last motion?
the issue is that this is something completely that we know. It's a definitive number that we know. The above one that we just discussed was it could be 60 million. They don't know if that'll be the entire amount. This is a definitive amount.
Okay.
Okay. So motion to reconsider this, and it needs, we need 9 of the 12 to vote in favor. I'll look to the clerk to call a question.
Councillor Littleton,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
No.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
No.
Councillor Dodge,
No.
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
No.
Councillor Porter,
Yes.
Councillor Cisco,
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
No.
Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
That's lost.
Yes, it's lost.
Okay, so we won't be reconsidering that. And it is unfortunate because it's a good example of what affordable housing and partnerships look like. So that has now moved aside. To Alexi, I hope you're still able to provide the project that you've envisioned. And hopefully there's other ways that maybe regional housing or someone else can help, because we tried here, but we didn't. So the next issue is planning and building services, and this is 610 Dalhousie Avenue, existing residential condominium apartment building, undersized parking. And with that, we will have a delegation from Mr. Ed Smith prior to the report. Now call on Mr. Ed Smith to delegate.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. As usual, all the protocol of this meeting is respected. You just give me bear with me while I just set up my script here. So I'd like to start by explaining that I do have experience in external reviews and evaluations of complex systems. I've been the person reviewed and I've been the reviewer. The systems that I worked in, of course, had nothing to do with municipal planning, but the principles are universal. I think we all understand that when a system fails, it's highly unlikely that you'll be able to get an unbiased critical review of what those failures were, unless you go to an outside source. There's never a single simple cause of a complex system failure. As noted in the staff report on tonight's agenda, I believe that a third-party review of what happened at 610 Dalhousie is in order, and to date, I have not seen anything that changes my mind. I'd like to explain the reasons why. First is, in the staff report, it identifies that it was only because of a complaint from a citizen that they even became aware of this issue. This suggests to me that if it were not for a single citizen, this one single citizen, the city would not even be aware of the situation that exists there with the parking. The report goes on to state that the undersized parking spaces continue to function as parking spaces. And I can tell you categorically, it's not true. I was at the site 2 days ago. They've taken one of the undersized parking spaces, which is almost impossible to maneuver anything except a motorcycle into, and they've built it into a storage space. It has walls and doors. It's a storage space. Now, this is an observation from outside, off the property, but they have built it into a storage space. The report states that certain spaces may be cumbersome for larger vehicles, but they're acceptable for medium and smaller vehicles. To that, I say that this building could well be in place it'll certainly be in place for decades and maybe centuries. Current owners were willing to purchase vehicles to fit these spots, and some of them did go out and buy specific vehicles to fit these spots. And they did this because of contractual obligations that they have maybe, but subsequent owners will not be so restrained. And it's easy to imagine that down the road, there is street parking that's going to happen because of this building, if it's not already happening now. The report again states that there were several submissions to the Committee of the Adjustment from residents of the building who had no issue with their assigned parking spaces. And that's true, there was 6. But it's also important to note in reference to this, that no transfer of land title can occur between the developer and the residents until everything is approved by the city. And therefore, complaining to the city on this issue would have caused delays and kept residents from paying, would have kept residents paying rent instead of owning their homes. The residents were placed in a conflict that was not of their own making. They should have been able to rely on the processes of the city to keep them from ever being in that position. The report states that there is no indication that resident parking is being displaced to on-street public parking. To that I say, how did staff determine this? Since it's presented in this report, I have to assume that it's fact, but I don't understand how they determine that there is no off-site parking taking place. I would further point out that at this moment, approximately 1/3 of the building is unoccupied. So there's at least 6 cars out of 18 to 20 that have not reported for duty in that parking lot. They're not yet parking in there. The report states there was no appeal to the Committee of Adjustment decision to approve the variance from any occupants of the condo, from any residents in the neighborhood, nor from me, Mr. Ed Smith. And again, that's true as far as I know. I would say again, this, residents of the condo could not appeal. They were under contractual obligations and they could not appeal. They had an interest in settling this situation as quickly as possible. Now, speaking for my situation, I in fact started the appeal process and had every intent of filing to the LPAT. I withdrew that, or not withdrew, I decided not to file it because my intent was not to prevent the owners or the residents from owning their structure. If any appeal to the LPAT would have prevented these residents from owning their houses until that LPAT process worked its way through. And that can easily be 1 to 2 years. Actually, in these COVID times, it could even be longer. The report states that I was mistaken in saying accessible parking is not provided. The report states that accessible parking is provided. I'm holding up here the Committee of Adjustment Notice of Decision. This is a city report on the parking. And if you bear with me, I'm going to read you what it says. A reduction, the application was for a reduction of the minimum required parking from 21 spaces to 5, and a reduction of the minimum accessible parking from 1 space to 0. The decision approved. There is no official accessible parking. There's one that's undersized and being used by someone who needs accessible parking, but it does not meet code. And your own documents say that there are 0. The report states in the initial submission of plans, the columns and walls were not identified. This one really got me. I had to think about this because from where I stand, if I understand this correctly, it's saying that the plan was approved as a floating building. There was no walls and columns at all in the basement. I don't know if this is normal. I'm not a planner, but I ask, is this normal? And if not, then why was it approved with no verifiable means of supporting itself? The report skips over a lot of detail, and I think a lot of questions could have been answered if there was more detail. The report also states that all building inspections occurred in accordance with building code requirements. If all the inspections were done as required by the building code, and yet we're still able to end up with this result, then there's many follow-on questions. Failures of the scope that happened at 610 Dalhousie are almost never the result of an action or inaction of a single person. They represent the cumulative effect of a multiple of factors that align to allow for a failure of systemic proportion. In order to identify these shortcomings and address them properly, an external review is needed. An external review should not be construed as something that is punitive or vengeful in nature. It's something that is performed as a constructive means of identifying weaknesses within a system and thereby creating an affirmative path towards correction and an eventual better system. Thank you for hearing me out.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Any questions of the presenter? Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith. And through the mayor, are you, in terms of an external review, is your suggestion for the city to hire a reviewer or to ask for the ombudsman to review, or what was your thinking on that?
My thinking is, because I know that we're in tight budget times, that we should ask the ombudsman. They do process reviews, they do it free of charge, and they do it in a non-punitive manner. They are there as an assistance to municipalities to help them improve their systems.
Do the changes that are noted in the report as the sort of how to prevent this from happening again? If we ask the ombudsman to review and they don't want to review, which is obviously sort of totally in their hands, is that going to be? Do you think that's satisfactory, or I mean, I guess it would sort of have to be. But how would you feel? The ombudsman doesn't review, but the city has noted changes it's going to make to its processes.
If I understand the question correctly, and I'm not sure I do, but if the ombudsman said no, I would take that. I do not believe that anybody in staff is corrupt. I truly believe there is a system problem here. I've said this many times for a couple years. And I think that it's impossible to ask a system to correct itself from within, that you need an external look to come in and lay a path forward that people that are within the system sometimes are not able to see.
Okay, thank you, and thanks again.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've had correspondence from a Mr. Gilles Marceau, and he talked about the same problem, but he expressed it in terms of risk management. And his email was very, very detailed and very, very professional. Are you aware of the approach that he is suggesting, that being one of mitigating risk?
No, I can't say I'm aware of it, no. Are we talking about legal risk management here, or? No, I can't say I'm aware of the approach, no.
Well, I think he referred to financial risk management, and I'll be asking staff to report on his correspondence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kushner. Any other questions of Mr. Smith? Okay, seeing no other further questions, a motion to receive the presentation by Mr. Smith. Councillor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Garcia. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, so now we've got 3.4, which is in front of us. Moving the recommendation in the report. Councillor Williamson, I think you're up for that. And then do you want to make an amendment to it, or what's your, just unmute if you're going to say something.
Sorry, I've given Rebecca the wording. So the wording that I gave you just after received begins after receipt. Yeah, take out information purposes, please. So the motion that I would make based on the staff recommendation plus this change is that report PBS-141-2020 regarding 610 Dalhousie Avenue existing residential condominium apartment building, undersized parking, be received and forwarded to the Provincial Ombudsman's Office requesting a review of all the planning and building processes involved, including those of the Committee of Adjustment. And I'll go ahead and speak to that. I won't worry about speaking last. The theme tonight seems to be public engagement. And there's been on this issue a large number of thoughtful and compelling submissions, which I trust everyone's read. And then, of course, we heard from Mr. Ed Smith. A big part of our role as counselors is to act as voices of our citizens and reflect the concerns of the community. The offerings that these submissions have made raise a number of important questions about staff decision-making. Every fair-minded, reasonable person I've spoken to, including those who have served on and chaired committees of adjustment, agree the changes the changes that are in question are not minor in nature, and based on their understanding of the 4 tests or the criteria the province has in place to determine what constitutes a minor variance. And the idea of a reasonable person test is important in the law, and it's important here, and it's important to us to listen to reasonable people. The citizens of St. Catharines, including purchasers of condominiums and private residents, need assurance their interests are safeguarded in future developments. Accountability needs to be our priority, and to do this, we require checks and balances. This motion does that by providing the opportunity for an external objective third-party review as a check, which can only be helpful in adding transparency and preventing issues like we have witnessed at this site happen elsewhere, and help answer the questions that remain unanswered. And I'd ask for council to support this.
Okay, just clarification, Councillor, you're just looking for this project because the last part of there's confusion on the last part of it, that it's all planning and building processes involved in this project, including.
Yeah, correct. Sorry. Yes, please. Yes.
So
that's the intent.
Yeah. Okay. Just want to make that clear. Councillor Sorrento and then Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recognizing the mayor, my question would be for the CAO. If there were any staff issues that had to be considered with respect to, I don't know, best practices, would this be handled by you or the Director of Planning or Director of Human Resources, and typically not by an ombudsperson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So are you asking if in the process of reviewing something it came to light that an individual staff member had not behaved professionally, or that there was an issue, who would deal with it? Is that what you're asking me?
Correct. That's correct.
Right. So certainly within the department first, and depending on the level or the severity, the CAO HR would be involved, obviously, and the CAO would, depending on specific instances, not in all cases, certainly.
Okay. And in your many decades in your profession as a former director of finance and CAO, have you ever seen a motion like this where a project or report gets referred to the ombudsperson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, well, certainly we haven't here at the city, but circumstances for different things are different. So I don't know how much what I've seen or isn't is relevant here. We certainly haven't been in this position of a motion similar to this previously.
Okay, so would it be a fair statement to say that you haven't seen this?
We haven't forwarded something to the ombudsman for review, to my knowledge.
Thank you. Recognizing you, Mr. Mayor, my question is to the Acting Director of Planning. Should this report go to the ombudsperson's office, could this decision be overturned by his or her staff, or is this decision final?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, this decision of the Committee of Adjustment is final in this case. The process, as has been referenced earlier in the discussions this evening, had anyone appealed the Committee of Adjustment decision, then that would have been the avenue to revisit the committee's decision. But that did not happen in here. So the committee's decision is now in full force and effect, and there's no further appeal possible.
Okay. And in your decades within the profession, have you ever seen such a request as the one that you're seeing tonight?
No, I have not in my experience, no.
So in substance, then the letters from the Director of Planning to all recipients has fully explained the process and has given everyone a complete understanding of the process, and all questions have been answered by the Director of Planning
Yes,
with regard to this report and the issues and the observations.
yes, I believe we've gone through and we've done our due diligence in terms of what happened here, where oversights happened. And as both the memo to council in July explained, as does the report before council tonight, we have incorporated some improvements that we feel maintains the integrity of that process.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Sorrento. Councillor Harris.
I guess the question I would ask, if we've reviewed this process, and obviously there was something that happened that perhaps was incorrect, what assurances or how do you evaluate if the changes you've made are actually helping? How's that? Because I get the idea of the ombudsman, but we need as councillors to know that people are doing what they're supposed to do. So I'm just wondering how you're actually ensuring that happens. I guess the question would be to the director or acting director of planning.
For you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I mean, this was not a good experience for us. So we do not take this lightly. We have thoroughly gone through processes and incorporated procedures in our step-by-step review of not only planning applications, but building permit review as well. So you can be sure we haven't taken this lightly, that what we have said in the report is actually happening. And, you know, it's a lesson learned. We've reviewed the processes, we've incorporated improvements, and we trust that we'll never be faced with this situation again.
I get it, and that sounds wonderful, but what happens if it does happen again and the same people are involved?
Well, we cross that bridge when we get to it, right? Like, we've done the best we can under the circumstances within the context that we know. And if, you know, heaven forbid this does crop up again, we're going to have to take a second look at it to make sure that doesn't happen. But I'm pretty confident that we've looked at this thoroughly. We've got the procedures in place to prevent it from happening again.
Are there any other cases where similar type of things like this have happened? In any other projects, planning, anything like that?
Sometimes with respect to parking, for example, and it usually comes to us via complaint well after the approvals are in place and long after the building's been occupied. Sometimes with respect to parking, you know, owners or property managers may go in and realign the parking, or they, you know, they put in a utility shed which takes up a parking space. So some things sort of evolve over time. Staff don't go out and routinely inspect these things because we don't have the staff resources to do it. So we basically enforce by complaint. But I can't say that in my experience, it wouldn't be typical.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councillor Garcia, you are next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to say I'm just very concerned about what happened here. And I just want to follow up on what Councillor Harris was just bringing up. Like, when I read this report, what really concerns me is that this happened twice. How can it happen twice? Like, it says here that, as Mr. Smith pointed out, that when the plans were first submitted, there were no walls or columns, and staff decided the parking spots were the right size and approved them. And then at the, as it says here, at the based on the plan submitted. Then when the when the final plans were in the final submission of plans at the building permit stage, the columns and walls were now identified, but the resultant shortfall in parking space size was not identified in a zoning review of the final plans. I just can't comprehend how that could happen. Like, I mean, we're talking about expert people here who are looking at this. So I just want to say, we've received a lot of emails from different residents, mostly in our ward, who are very concerned about this. I think that letter from Mr. Marceau was very revealing as well. I think I pronounced that right.
Counselor.
And when Mr. Smith asked about an ombudsman referral and review, I was glad to hear that, because I don't know that much about it, that he pointed out that this is not punitive in any way. As Ms. Behak has already identified, this is final, so we're not asking for the decision to be reversed. But I thought, my God, if somebody with the resources that the province provides the ombudsman would be willing to do a review of this and hopefully come up with some ideas and recommendations that may help us ensure that this never happens again, I think we should go for it. So I would certainly support that motion. And also the committee of adjustment, I'm glad that Councilor Williamson included that there, because again, there are tests that they have to follow and so on, but I think all of us in council at one time or another have taken issue with some of the committee of adjustment decisions. I know it's not our decision, but, and particularly with whether something is minor or major. And certainly to say that something is minor, a minor variance, when all of these parking spaces almost are undersized, seems ludicrous to me, but again, it's not my decision. So in summary, I would certainly support getting free advice that may help us all. And I emphasize the same thing that Mr. Smith said. I don't think we're accusing staff of doing anything wrong on purpose or being corrupt in any way. We're just saying something has happened in the system here that shouldn't happen. And if we can get recommendations that would help us correct that and make sure it never happens again, I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Manager Pihash, did you want to reply in there where there was the comment about staff and the review process? You look like you wanted to say something.
No, I just wanted to clarify. Councilor Garcia was referring to it happened twice. I just wanted council to understand that when we approve a site plan, we're not dealing necessarily with the interior of the dwelling, in this case, the condominium building, to the level of detail that the building permit process was. So I want to make sure that it's the building process review and the final submissions of the plans that were subject to that review, and the lack of a zoning review of those final plans was really where the error was made. Had we been at a staff level more detailed in that review and had caught those undersized parking spaces, that's where the error happened. So in my mind, it was just one step in the process that failed here.
Okay, thanks for the clarification, because we don't want the public to hear that there was multiple mistakes, errors made. And I think it's very clear from what you presented, at least, that there was a mistake made in a very specific place that led to what we're dealing with today. Councillor Porter, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly don't think it hurts to send something off to the ombudsman. It'll be the ombudsman's job. I'm sorry, I'm tired, to determine whether or not to investigate this, and I don't think it hurts. I believe there's systemic issues in building departments in every municipality, because we have a lack of people going into the trades. And I think that, not to make excuses, but that's certainly been a factor. Every municipality is struggling with the building permit process. And we do hear about not just issues like this, but people building things without a permit and then going to get them legal kind of after the fact, and they're already built. And I'm not quite sure how many of those that are really illegal get taken down or not. I've had a few issues in those wards. I'm wondering if, instead of, this will be a review of our staff process, but I also think people who are responsible for building these things not to code or outside of the zoning maybe need additional fines. I think that's really something else we should look at. And I know this is maybe not relevant, or maybe it is, but we are talking about parking, and a lot of cities who are, declaring climate crises, they're getting rid of parking minimums in buildings. I know this is a discussion kind of after the fact, but I think it needs to be brought up. And I think it, eventually it needs to be something that the city of St. Catharines considers as we are trying to build out transit and walkable cities, keeping the parking minimums to a standard from times past when we built cities to cars is really a direction I don't think we should be going in. We should be getting rid of parking minimums like they have in Portland and in Edmonton. And it incentivizes people to use mass transit, use bicycles and other forms of active transportation. I just wanted to take the opportunity to say that through this discussion. Thanks.
Councillor Porter. Councillor Miller, you're up.
Thank you, and thanks to the residents. I do want to say, obviously, the situation is very unfortunate with what happened on the site. I do think we do owe staff kudos for their mea culpa and for the changes that they are proposing. That I think, I'm not sure what the ombudsman's going to say more than things we're already doing and processes we're tweaking and to try to ensure this doesn't happen. I guess similar to Councillor Porter, I don't mind asking the ombudsman. I guess if I was perfectly honest, I would say I'd be surprised if the ombudsman took this up. There isn't really any speculation or suggestion that anything untoward or illegal or fraudulent happened, but obviously that's their decision. I do want to say, and I think it's important to note that we as council need to be ready if there is an ombudsman report for our responsibility here. And I think our responsibility, and I think Ms. Piak touched on this, and I know we know it as council, that our planning department and our building department has been understaffed since before last council, and probably going back to every City of St. Catharines council. We are just starting to rectify it, I believe, in the last budget, but we do not have enough people there. I do not really like the precedent that we have understaffed and under-resourced department, and someone makes a mistake and we need a third-party investigation into a mistake. I don't know that makes us great employers. I think what we should be looking at is properly staffing and resourcing these departments and to ensure these mistakes don't happen. If the ombudsman does an investigation and finds something fraudulent or untoward or illegal happen, then obviously we have to deal with that too. But I'm concerned about the message we're sending to our staff right now. And like I said, I do like the recommendations they've put in place. So I'm happy to send it off to the ombudsman and see what they say. But again, I hope we're ready to look in the mirror and provide proper funding to our departments moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. And wrapping up, Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comments would be very similar. I think our staff responded correctly. They did admit that an error was made, and I can see the ombudsman quickly reviewing that and reporting back very quickly to the effect that a mistake was made and it's been remedied. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other further comments, I will add my support with what Councillor Miller and Councillor Kushner just said. And for the public, because there are people watching this, our new Director Kitse, wasn't here for this process of 6 through 10 Dalhousie. She wasn't director at the time. And so I look at her report as a third-party report. She was able to objectively, I believe, coming from another community and stepping into the situation, be able to look at the entire process from start to finish and identify what would be a mistake or an error made in the system. I have the utmost confidence in Director Kitse and what she's bringing to the office and the senior team that's working there, along with the CAO. Forwarding it to the ombudsman's office will, it's an opportunity to have another set of eyes. I agree with Councillor Miller said. I can't see the ombudsman looking at this and saying anything different than what you have in the report in front of us. But if there's a way to tighten up a system aspect of it, then we'll leave it to the ombudsman. But I will remind council, if the ombudsman comes back and says there's nothing here and they're not going to do the review, I hope what we do is accept what Director Kitte has done. I think she has done an outstanding analysis of the project to date, and we can move forward with confidence that the systems that we're building today with investments in future personnel will hopefully build a stronger planning and building services team in the city of St. Catharines. So we'll vote on this now, and hopefully we can move on.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Williamson, have you got a seconder?
Yes. Councillor
Garcia? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento,
No.
Councillor Cisco,
Yes.
Councillor Porter,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Mayor Senzik,
Yes.
and that's carried.
There's no in camera, so moving on from that, motion to ratify forthwith recommendations that council adopt these items approved forthwith by the General Committee on Monday, October 19th, 2020. Moving the ratification recommendation, we have Councillor Phillips, and seconded, we have Councillor Dodge. So these are the items that we just dealt with, and all in favor? Opposed? It's carried. And now we have calls for notices of motion. There's been none sent in to the city clerks. Am I seeing any report requests? We have Councillor Williamson. You're up.
Just sorry, I did have a sorry, Mr. Mayor, point of order. I did have a notice of motion, and I know this probably isn't going to be all that popular right now, but I would ask that we waive notice because this is timely. We had minutes, and I'll do a brief explanation, I suppose. Our anti-racism committee did forward recommendations to city council at their last meeting about 10 or 12 days ago. The minutes aren't on our agenda tonight. However, they feel because of there's an October 22nd sort of injunction with regards to land back lane and the land offenders there, that it's important that city council pass or at least discuss their recommendations prior to that date, which would not be possible at the next meeting.
Okay. Okay, so we have two discussion points here. One is waiving the notice of motion, and then the second one is introducing this. Just for clarification to the clerk, the reason why the minutes aren't in front of us today is because of the process of developing the agenda, and I just so the clerk can publicly state the reason why it's not in front of us today.
Yes, the minutes weren't here because the agenda was published before we received them.
Okay, and then so it would then go on to the next meeting of council's ABCs for approval. Okay, so we have the motion that was brought forward, submitted through the minutes of the anti-racism committee brought forward by Councillor Miller. We need to waive the rules. So a vote to waive the rules, we need 2/3. So I'll do if you can just do a roll call on 2/3.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia, Councillor Garcia, Councillor Harris, Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Littleton. I'm sorry, Councillor Littleton has also left. Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Porter,
Yes.
Councillor Cisco,
Yes.
Counselor Sorrento,
Yes.
Counselor Townsend,
Yes.
Counselor Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Sendzik.
Yes.
And that's carried.
So now the motion will be put in front of us, and this is the motion as submitted by the Anti-Racism Committee. So, Greg, you want to speak to that?
Sure. So I hope everyone's aware of the situation at 1492 Landback Lane right now. It is, it's fair to say it's complex, and I thank council for waiving the rules, and I apologize for having to do that. But like I said, this is urgent in the sense that there's a important upcoming, basically the OPP were asked to wait, and they might be moving in to remove the land defenders on October 22nd. So it is sort of urgent that we make this request. What we are doing here tonight, or what I'm asking us to do, is support our anti-racism advisory committee, who feel is important for the city to show leadership in support of the Indigenous community and First Nations communities, not just in St. Catharines, obviously, but throughout Ontario and throughout Canada. So it is asking that rather, we saw local journalists be Indigenous journalists arrested. So rather than have that be the outcome, that proper meaningful consultations and nation-to-nation negotiations happen around the ongoing issue in Haldimand County. So again, I apologize for the sort of the nature of our discussion of this, but again, we had this anti-racism committee to get the experience, the lived experience of racialized people who live in our community and who look to us for leadership. And I hope we can support them in all the work they're doing for the city.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Miller. So you got the motion in front of us. The two key parts are the therefores. Councillor Cisco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Having read this, I have no issue whatsoever in supporting it, and I'll be happy to. I'm going to make a request. I mean, I understand the timeliness of this, and I understand Councilor Miller's point, but we literally just read this now, and I'm happily waive the rules. I think that that's entirely appropriate in this situation as well. But in future, can we please have these more than 30 seconds before we're going to debate them? I mean, I was literally sitting here waiting for the clerk's office to scroll through the motion so I could read what was there.
Yeah, and I think in discussing, and I'll go look to the clerk's office did have a conversation with the chair of the committee to explain that, this is why it's not in front of council today. And that took place in the afternoon. So I appreciate Councillor Cisco, trust me on the need to have this information. So I think it's the timeliness that we're struggling with.
Can we, I understand that it's not official, but can the clerk's office send this out if they know that it's going to be coming as a possible notice of motion? I mean, even late in the afternoon on a Monday is better than 9:52.
To the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I haven't talked to the chair as of yet. I was going to be calling him tomorrow to explain why it wasn't here, because that was our decision. And right up until I think Councillor Miller gave it to me, it was probably just before 6 o'clock. And we advised staff that this was coming. So sorry about the lateness.
Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, could you please scroll up? I just wanted to. Okay, that's. There's a statement likening them to terrorists somewhere. I don't know what the source of that is. Oh, okay, I see it. So this was actually issued by the mayor and council, the statement?
Yeah, they issued a statement last week that they publicly issued the statement about wanting the police to come in and remove the.
Okay, we endorse something like this. We just got to be careful that we're, crossing our T's and dotting our I's. That's my concern. I fully support the intent of it. In terms of the mandate of the committee, are they somewhat overextending? I'm not, like I said, I'm fully in agreement with the spirit and intent of this. I'm wondering about the mandate of the committee and if they're overstepping it.
I'll look to the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is my intent, as you know, when council approved these committees, to do a review, and I'd like to meet with the chairs. And that is certainly one of the questions I will be looking at as to, where this comes from. So I will be looking at that, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I am fully supportive of the motion on the floor.
So I appreciate that, Councillor Williamson. To the mover, Councillor Miller, I'd be more comfortable striking the second there for the reason that we're here because of the timeliness of October 20th. We're not going to have a regional council meeting prior to the date. So we're asking another level of government to do something that we can't do in the timelines. That's why it's in front of us so quickly.
That's fine with me, just with the knowledge, of course, that these minutes will be before us at next meeting. And if we approve them, obviously we would then be asking those governments to get involved.
Yeah, so if I can have that one stricken for now. So we'll be dealing just with the first therefores. Councillor Sorrento.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to echo what the previous two councillors said. And just a question to Councillor Miller. When did you know you were going to bring this to council? Did you know earlier today, or did you know on the weekend?
No, I knew. I spoke to the chair today, and he was having ongoing discussions with the mayor and the clerk's office, I believe. I was hoping that the minutes were going to be on the agenda. When I talked to the clerk at 5:30, it became clear that wasn't going to happen, and I understand why. It's the proper process. So it was at that time that I decided, because of the timeliness, it was best to have a notice of motion and ask my colleagues to waive that notice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand everything that's been said tonight, and I'm going to express the same sentiment that Councillor Williamson's expressed, and I quite agree with him. And I hope that the clerk will review the terms and references, because I'm getting a sense here that we're kind of, while I don't agree with anything that's bad or racism or prejudicial or anything like this, it almost feels like we are going out of the bounds. And Mr. Mayor, for the record, I used to sit on the committee for racism when Mayor Rigby was the mayor. And, we usually dealt with stuff within, our own region, our own city. So I'm going to support Councillor Williamson on this and Councillor Miller. And it's frustrating, Mr. Mayor. It's frustrating. It's tough to make an informed decision, as evidenced by what you just struck from therefore be it resolved, the second therefore, and I quite agree with that. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councillor Sorrento, Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm supportive of the recommendation, but I have a concern with the whereas. Are we totally comfortable with the statement that states that the Services Board has likened the group to terrorists? I can't believe anybody speaking like that.
Now, Councillor Kushner, I will say that if we've learned nothing in the past number of months, is that people that are in leadership positions say shockingly bad things. Like, if you're surprised that there's people who use that language, you haven't been following some of the stuff that's happening.
Yeah, but the fact is, Mr. Mayor, this is a services board. And I'm surprised that they would use language like that. If we had confirmation that they did state
You are correct that there is no confirmation. I'll go to Councillor Porter if she has confirmation, but we have nothing in front of us right now.
I do have a CBC News article in front of me from September 25th. Southern Ontario Police Services Board is calling on the OPP to arrest an MP and take action against what it calls acts of terrorism committed by members of Six Nations who halted a housing development in Caledonia, Ontario. So according to the CBC News article, the Police Services Board did in fact say that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner, and just points to the fact that yes, we should have the facts in front of us, and because these are difficult decisions that difficult issues that we're dealing with. Okay, that's it for council, and I'll look to let's do a recorded vote on this one to the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Miller, do you have a seconder?
Not yet, but I'm open to anyone who would like to.
Councillor Cisco has his hand up.
All right.
Councillor Cisco? Okay. Okay. Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Sorrento?
Yes.
Councillor Cisco?
Yes.
Councillor Porter? Councillor Porter?
Looks like she's frozen.
Councillor Phillips?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
I'll say yes, and thank you, and sorry again to my colleagues.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Looks like he said yes, but he's on mute.
Okay. Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
And Councillor Porter?
She's still frozen.
Mayor Sendzik?
Yes. I mean, I think Councillor Porter, when she comes back on, just have her registered when she's going to link back in.
Okay, it's carried.
Okay, Councillor Williamson, there's a noise pollution. You were just direction to staff, or you were looking for other municipalities, what they're doing to cut down on noise pollution.
Yes, I don't think we really have to add anything more to it. We talked about it last week.
Yep. Okay, so we got that taken care of. And then Councillor Kushner, you have 2 report requests.
Yeah, I'll just reduce it to one, Mr. Mayor. Okay. And that is that staff be directed to report on the approval of a cannabis grow-op at the corner of St. Paul West and Van Sickle across the street from hundreds of residential dwelling. And
okay. When do you want that?
Pardon?
When do you want that back? Can you just give us a bit of a target date?
Well, it shouldn't take staff long to bring it back because we've had all kinds of correspondence and telephone calls from the residents.
Okay. So really, this is a report just to show what we know about the location, any approvals that the city may be required, and just as importantly, what the role of Health Canada is, so that the neighbors can be aware that this could be a federal issue, not a municipal issue.
Yes, and there's also the question as to why the ward councillors weren't informed.
Probably because no application has been made yet. Okay. All good on that one? All in favor of that report request? Okay, carried. Councillor Garcia, are you coming in for something?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if this is a valid report request at this time. Councillor Kushner mentioned this earlier, but I believe we should ask legal to report on the validity of the risk management issues that were raised by that person that wrote about 6 and 10 Lucy.
So I think that'll come after the ombudsman's report. Let's wait to see what happens there, Councillor. I don't think we should have 2 concurrent reports going on at the same time. So if the direction to staff would be to review correspondence from Gilles Marceau, and then to include that in a further when the ombudsman reports back.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just quick clarification, we were talking earlier with the heritage list of properties. I found my notes, it is 66 St. Paul. So.
Great, thank you. 66 St. Paul, so we'll get that into the numbers. Thank you for that, Councillor. Okay, seeing no other report requests or reading of bylaws, the bylaws listed on the council agenda A through E to be read a first time, considered and passed, they'd be signed and executed by the mayor and city clerk. Motion, Councillor Williamson. and seconded by Councillor Garcia. All in favor? It's carried. Motion of additional bylaws. We have a motion that the additional bylaw listed in council agenda as additional bylaw A be read a first time and considered and passed. A bylaw to remove certain lands from a part lot control. One reading with respects to lands municipally known as 44 Runcorn Street to be considered by the committee, General Committee, October 19th, 2020, to be signed and executed by the mayor and staff. And whose ward is Runcorn in?
Right here.
All right, so you're moving it. Councillor Phillips and Councillor
Sadly, it's been a long time coming.
Councillor Phillips, Councillor Dodge, you're moving that. All in favor? Carried. We have the minutes to receive ABC reports, and the council receive and file the minutes of the ABC committees of council as presented. That moving the motion to receive and file the minutes, I have Councillor Porter and Shion. There she is.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Cisco. All in favor of the ABC minutes? Okay, and then we have 15.2 property for review by surplus lands. So this is a motion from council to direct the surplus lands development task force to review the Niagara Regional Police District 1 site, which is 68 Church, to add that to the surplus lands task force to review so that we can request to the region through council what we want to do with that when it comes up for surplus from the region. So if we can have a motion that, Councillor Porter, seconded by Councillor Sorrento. I thought you wanted me to read your palm or something, Councillor Sorrento. All in favor? Carried. All right. Any updates on AMO? Councillor Dodge, are we good? Okay. Transit, Councillor Miller, at next meeting, you'll be bringing forward some discussion points.
Yeah, I think the governance report on integrating transit Niagara is coming to the Linking Niagara Transit Meeting Committee at the region. So I'm sure we'll have some updates from that at the next meeting.
Okay. Thank you for that. Library, Councillor Williamson, do we have anything?
Nothing new to report from me, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't able to attend the recent meeting because of family circumstances.
No problem. Library's doing great. I just
a
lot of positive things coming out of the library. Councillor Littleton had to step away. She had root canal today. So that's why she was a little bit slurry on the meeting tonight. So she's off, hopefully taking meds and going to sleep. Anything else? I think that the PAC, you guys are doing your thing. There's nothing really there. Everything else is going as well as second. I got two hands up, two fingers up from Councillor Sorrento, one finger up.
DTA, Mr. Mayor, I think as council knows that, and the public as well, I think the street closures have ended for this year. So shout out to Councillor Porter, Councillor Cisco, and our tremendous staff and all the members downtown at the DTA for the tremendous job that they did with regard to that. And we're also having a meeting tomorrow to discuss the Christmas marketing and the future over the next few months of the DTA. That's it. Looks good.
Couple of things. Councillor Cisco is going to be obviously chairing the committee of the whole meeting on Wednesday. So I don't know if Councillor Cisco is going to be here at City Hall. I will be attending the meeting at home. So I will be like all of you there. I'll be at my home office working from that vantage point. Be prepared for the meeting, folks. Bring us, and if you can, any questions that you have, email them in prior to, if you can get small questions answered. We really want to focus on sort of really getting to the core of what we're looking at, the capital budget, operating budget. And I believe we're starting with the operating budget. Am I correct? Or the capital?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, both. Big meeting.
That's going to be a long meeting.
Lots of information.
Okay, how long is the meeting set for?
2 hours, Bonnie?
Okay, just for the public. So it's 2 hours.
6 till 9.
Oh, 3. Wow.
6:30 till 9. I'm sorry.
Okay, and so for the public who are still watching, it's going to review the capital and the operating budget presented by staff. And there will be some questions from council taken at a macro level, and then we'll distill it down. Just trying to give everyone some context of what to expect. Have your food ready and get ready for a big meeting. Motion to adjourn. What was the score of the game?
Yeah, if anyone has a
Bill's
way
lost.
that I put on the Bills last week, because they've lost 2 in a row since we mentioned them at the meeting. So
Okay, we're not, that's
get that in.
We're not doing that. Let's move to adjourn. Thurman Thomas, Councilor Garcia, Councilor Williamson, all in favor. Take care. Have a great night, folks. Enjoy yourself.